All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Happy Monday. Made it through another weekend. Hope everyone is doing well. I'm all right today, personally. Not great, but I'm okay. Managed to get some okay sleep after staying up way too late, playing some fighting games over at my good friend Hirimi's channel. And today I had to remove my heart monitor, charge it up. I have to do that every 3 days or so. And it was mildly uncomfortable the first couple times that I did it, but not too bad. Irritated my skin a bit, pulled off some chest hair, but otherwise, not too terrible. Today, when I went to remove it, I discovered that there are blisters underneath it because skin came off with it. So that was fun. And I still have 5 more days, basically until this Friday, that I have to wear it. So I'm not wearing it right now. I'm giving my my chest skin a chance to breathe. Got some antibiotic ointment and stuff on it. Able to put ointment and stuff. Yeah, that's exactly what I've got done today. So I'm trying to give it at least most of this day, if not an entire day, to heal before I try and put it back on. And because it's a very specific small heart monitor, it's not like I can put it somewhere else. It has to go over the exact same spot. So, not looking forward to that. But at least after this week, I'll be done with it. But yeah, that was not a fun start to my day. Ripping skin off. But otherwise, I'm feeling okay. Got some rest. Had some food. Made myself a tasty tuna fish sandwich. And I'm ready to rank some more Silent Hill characters. This is where we left off last time. Just to quickly recap. S tier currently: Harry Mason, Alessa Gillespie, Jody Mason, Maria, Laura, Angela, Pyramid Head, and Walter Sullivan. A tier: Lisa Garland, Michael Kaufman, Mary Shepard Sunderland, and Eddie Dombrowski. B tier: Sybil Bennett, Dahlia Gillespie, Officer Gucci, James Sunderland, and we'll get to that in a moment, Ernest Baldwin, Brook Haven director, Joseph Barkin. C tier: Cheryl Mason, Norman the motel owner, Nurse Rachel, Jack Davis, and D tier: Miss Kay Gordon and Amy Baldwin. That's where we're at so far. So I've already gotten a lot of upset people in the YouTube comments for part 1. And I need to remind everybody, this is literally just an objective tier list. It means nothing. It is strictly my opinions. I'm not taking it that seriously, so you shouldn't take it that seriously either. I'm ranking the characters on a lot of different factors. How well they are written, how much I like their designs, how much I like their their voice performances, and what I think of them as people. Warden of Horror, welcome back. Thank you so much. Really appreciate the resub. Always a vibe whenever watching the stream or videos, Mr. Zombie. Thank you so much, Warden. It's just like my opinion, man. Exactly, Oleander. Exactly. But yeah, it's been really funny. And I can't help but do a little trolling. Do a little goading people into talking about it in the comments under my YouTube videos, because of how genuinely upset a lot of people are that I put their favorite wife killer in B tier. I think people have a really... My theory is fans have a hard time accepting that their favorite game, which for a lot of Silent Hill fans is Silent Hill 2, it's my favorite game as well in the series, that any aspect of it could be less than perfect, right? I think a lot of fans have a hard time accepting that. If you put any character in anything about Silent Hill 2 in less than S tier, people will immediately be like, you're wrong. You're stupid. Your opinion doesn't matter. It's not that serious. I love Silent Hill 2. It's not just my favorite Silent Hill game, it's my favorite video game. I've been playing it since 2001. I guarantee I've played it more than you. Because for most people, how often do you play your favorite Silent Hill game? Once, twice, maybe 3 times a year? I do that in an average, week or less. I've had individual single days streams where I'll do 5, 6, 7 playthroughs. If I'm speedrunning, then triple that. So, my opinions matter more. That's all I'm saying. But yeah, you guys. James is a fart face. James and Mary are just worse versions of Harry and Jody. I understand he's everyone's favorite precious little boy because you've never played anything other than Silent Hill 2 in your life. It's okay. It's alright. You can love the game, you can love the character. But other characters in Silent Hill 2, like Angela, are better written characters. It's wild how fans in certain communities just can't accept other people's opinions, even if it's different from theirs. That's the thing. At the end of the day, these are just my opinions, and they're not even that serious. I'm not sitting here calculating and tallying points for specific categories. I'm just talking about them as we go. What I think of them in terms of writing, design, how much influence they have on the stories. But yeah. Here we go. Silent Hill Ultimate Character Tier List Part 2. Let's get into this. We still have a ton of characters to go through. So let's try and get through them, and I'm going to try not to waste too much time yapping around each one. Joshua Lewis. So we put Jack Davis in C tier and Joseph Barkin in B tier. These are the Brook Haven patients, who are parallels to James and Angela and Eddie. Joshua Lewis is the one who had the persecution complex and lashed out with violence. Basically, Eddie's parallel for a Brook Haven patient. We don't get very much about Josh Lewis and Jack Davis. It's mostly about Joseph Barkin. Most of the notes, the patient notes, revolve around Joseph Barkin. You have an entire puzzle, the box with Louise Barkin's hair in it. So almost everything in the OG Silent Hill 2 Brook Haven patient stuff really kind of revolves around Joseph, and Joseph's B tier. Jack Davis is C tier. They're interesting. They function as a note and a parallel towards Eddie, as well as kind of an aspect of James. They all sort of reflect aspects of James, as well as the other individual characters. I think Josh Lewis goes right here next to Jack Davis in C tier. They're interesting. They're not terrible, but I wish we knew more about them. Put him in Don't Care About Them and see what comes out of it. I mean, eventually we're going to get to some characters that start filling this out. Don't care about them, played but don't remember them. This is basically only going to apply to maybe some of the comic book characters. Wait, did this change? Or is everything not loading? Everything's not loading in. Hold on. There it is. There it is. We're good. So yeah, maybe some of the comic book characters that I don't really remember them. Yeah, the stock images, what I called the stock image photos down here at the bottom. I had that clarified for me. These are from the Silent Hill augmented reality game, the ARG, which is basically just a website, a series of websites that Konami put up after the Silent Hill transmission. So this was supposed to be the staff of the Silent Hill Historical Society, according to the Silent Hill augmented reality game website. So yeah, I think I went to that website once after the transmission when that was brought to my attention, and I was like, oh, that's a neat thing, and then never went again. So it's no wonder that I didn't recognize all these random people. And I definitely wasn't paying attention to the pictures of the Historical Society staff. I was mostly looking at all the little blurbs and bits of information and stuff that were on the site. So yeah, are Norman Reedus and Lisa among these characters? Is PT on this list? It's kind of a big oversight if they're not, considering all the other relatively obscure I don't think Norman Reedus is on here. I don't think Lisa's on here. That's a shame. All right. But anyway, let's finish getting through these characters. Next up, Thomas Arasco, Angela's father. He is the basis for the Abstract Daddy. He is a horrible, horrible piece of shit. And incestuous, pedophilic monster. And you really do just hate him. Hate everything about him. He ruined Angela's life. He ruined his family's life. It's good that he got murdered. And I don't say that lightly. But similar to some of these other characters where there's a certain, they have to have villains. You have to have villains. And as far as villains go, like, he is one of the worst. Just a horrible, horrible person. But there's very little about him other than what we know through Angela, what we know through the Abstract Daddy, and, like, getting killed, the newspaper talking about his death. I feel like C tier is where I want to put him just because I hate him. But they did such a good job of making me hate this character that I almost want to graduate him to B tier for that. He's going in C tier. The fact you hate him so much is a good testament for B tier. That's kind of what I'm feeling. Similar to Dahlia Gillespie. Like, he's horrible. And I don't think we have Remake Thomas. We do not. They only repeat a few characters for Remake. I'm putting him in B tier. I'm putting him in B tier. And yeah. Including the remake stuff with this character. The whispering and shushing behind closed doors. And the much more intense Abstract Daddy segments with all of the sounds and visuals relating to Thomas and the abuse and everything. Yeah. I think I'll put him in B tier. I just hate him. Hate him. Mrs. Arasco. Angela's mother. She was verbally abusive towards Angela, manipulated Angela, made Angela feel like she deserved everything that Thomas was doing to her, even though Angela still only latches on to her as far as, like, connections with people in her family. She that's got to be such a horrible, just all around family dynamic. She was probably also a victim of abuse from Thomas. But we know a lot less about her compared to Thomas. She's not manifested as a creature. I think she's going to go C tier. I think she's going to be in the tier below Thomas. Still a very unlikable character. Putting Angela's family into the garbage disposal? Pretty much. Eddie's bully. Bullied Eddie. Called him a fat, disgusting piece of shit. Got shot in the knee. Potentially was manifested into Silent Hill to continue tormenting Eddie. But otherwise, we don't really know too much about him. D tier. We just don't know a lot about him. Not a great character. Fuck bullies. Even if it's Eddie. Eddie's bullies go in D tier. Eddie should have shot him more. Or he should have bullied Eddie less. Hey, Puppet Master, can I ask a question? Was Walter Sullivan or anything from Silent Hill 4 mentioned in Silent Hill 1 ever? No. Not at all. Walter Sullivan was not mentioned for the first time until the memo in Silent Hill 2. And it's important to keep in mind Silent Hill 4 was not written at the time that Silent Hill 2 was developed. That should be obvious, but there's a lot of people who seem to think that Team Silent planned out like all of these games all at once ahead of time and then just like made them in order. Game development doesn't work that way. You make one game, you see if it's successful. If it's successful, they let you make another one. And there were different people put in charge, and different people, even if they kept the same staff members, they were switched around into different roles from game to game. So yeah, Silent Hill 4 took the notes and mentions of Walter Sullivan from Silent Hill 2 and expanded on them. But yeah, none of that came up until Silent Hill 2. James from the remake. James from the remake. Now, I've already put OG James in B tier, and that's already caused quite a lot of controversy. There's a lot of things I like about Remake James more than the OG, and there's a lot of things that are not nearly as good as the OG. There are some little moments, little subtle performance things that sometimes the remake is better, sometimes the original is better. If anything, we get a lot more of James in the remake. We get more dialogue. We get more of his interactions with characters like Maria and Laura and Angela. We get like an entire other scene. We get a lot more detailed acting just because of the advancements in technology. They're able to more accurately capture Luke Roberts as an actor and portray very little subtle micro movements in James's face. They're able to convey a lot through just facial expressions. James sitting in Heaven's Night, really looking at the the alcohol that Maria's offering him without having to make it obvious or have any dialogue about it or anything like that. Tells you everything you need to know. I love little scenes like that. He's still a bad man. I agree with Ernest Baldwin. That James, he's a bad man. He's a bad, weak man who gave in to some really stupid shit and made giant mistakes because of it. And I'm taking that into account. That's not necessarily a bad thing against him. I need people to understand when I'm doing these rankings. It's fine. It's just opinions, but I'm trying to rank lots of different facets of the characters. How well written they are, how well performed they are. But also just whether I like them or not, based on how they are as people. And a lot of that comes down to how well written the characters are. I think, like I said, because you get so much more about James in the remake, there's a lot of things that were very scarce in the original by comparison. That it adds some extra layers to James. But at the same time, he's still a bad man. I still don't like him as a person. Do you think Remake makes James a more sympathetic character? I think it makes him a less sympathetic character. He doesn't even kiss his wife before he smothers her in the remake. I got more of an impression that OG James at least still loved Mary, and there was some aspect of him trying to free her from suffering. I don't get that from Remake James because of the way that those scenes are redone. It's handled in a very different way, and he comes off as much more of a fake person in Remake. He copies, on the one hand, like, I like that detail. He copies mannerisms from other characters to sort of convince other people, and to some degree convince himself that he is not the piece of shit that he is. He starts doing body language that Angela was doing. He starts repeating phrases that Eddie used after meeting those characters. I like the aspect that he's like picking up things from these other people and trying to project them as part of his own personality to hide who he truly is. Whether he's doing that consciously or subconsciously is up for some debate, but I kind of want to put him also in B tier, right next to his OG counterpart, maybe slightly above, just because we do get more James overall. But at his core, he is still the same flawed character. Some performances are better, some performances are worse. The mocap and everything looks better, just in terms of technology. So I think he sits just above OG James on my tier list. And apparently we have pet worms now. Thank you, Rachel. Shadow Noises, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 16 months. Very much appreciate the love and support. Thank you, thank you. Mary Shepherd Sunderland. Remake. Mary Shepherd Sunderland. There's a little bit more Mary. Not a lot more, but a little bit more compared to the OG. Wexford, thank you for the 8 months. Thank you, thank you. There are some things that were used in the remake that were not originally part of the OG game in terms of Mary. You get to hear Salome Gunnersdottir, or the whichever dub actress, depending on which language you're using, read her letter to Laura, which that audio was in the original game, but it was unused. You had to dig into the game files to find it. But otherwise, in the original, you'd pull up the letter to Laura and you would just read it yourself. It was just the text on the screen. You actually get that performance built into the game for the remake, so you get a little bit more Mary in that regard. Similar to Lisa Garland being up here in A tier, I made kind of a point that I love Lisa's character, but she's a manifestation. She's not the real Lisa. She is Alessa's memories and manifestation of Lisa Garland after she was already dead. The same thing is applicable here for Mary. We don't know a whole lot of the real Mary. We know the town's manifestation of Mary based on how James perceived Mary, based on how he remembered Mary. And a lot of people need to remember, like, when James is having those final cutscenes, the endings and everything, where he's talking, quote unquote, talking to Mary, it's a way for James to sort of come to a conclusion himself. He's talking to his memories of her being made real, being manifested. Not actually literally her. So it's kind of a tricky situation. In terms of performance, I think Salome especially did a really great job with the acting, similar to Remake James. The mocap and everything is so much more detailed. The facial expressions and everything like that are so much more detailed. In terms of vocal performance, I really, really love Monica Horgan from the original. Salome did a great job. But there's a lot of moments that I don't think she nailed the way that Monica Horgan did. And a lot of that's not... There's some moments that don't feel the same, don't hit the same. Her calling out to James on the third floor of the hotel, for example. I was talking about that in the Cam Hack playthrough. For me, I think she's going to be A tier, just below the original. There's a lot of things I think overall I appreciate more with the original than with Remake, but they're both still very good characters, very close in that regard in terms of my tier list. Maria. Remake Maria. So with Remake Maria, I'm going to go ahead and say the things, and people are going to potentially be upset with me here. I really like this character, but I don't think she comes anywhere close to OG. I think she's very good. I think she's very well performed, but I'm not a big fan of the redesign, the outfit. There are some scenes that just don't have the same emotional impact. The Anyway scene, even stuff like the Brook Haven ending death scene. There's you get the benefit of the better facial acting and the better facial mocap. But a lot of the impact of those moments kind of falls flat. I do like that we get more of her character in general. We get a lot more conversation between her and James when they're walking around and exploring. We get more of her personality when we're going around and breaking windows, and she starts off being shocked and then gradually gets used to it over time. and makes, talks about that out loud. I like that we get aspects of her personality like that. There's a lot that I really like about Remake Maria, but ultimately, I think she's gonna go A tier. I like her. I would say I like her around the same as like Remake Mary. Not a fan of the visual redesign. Not a fan of some of the vocal performances. The mocap and everything is much better. We get more facets to her personality and her character, although we still don't have Born from a Wish. If Bloober Team had actually done Born from a Wish and we got more of her through that, that might have been enough to push her up into a little bit higher A tier or even low S tier, depending on how that was handled. But we don't get that aspect of her character for the remake. So for now, she's a solid A tier. I like the character a lot. Just not as much as the original. The original was such a perfect character. Remake Laura. So original Laura I put up in S tier, and Remake Laura I'm going to reiterate a lot of the points that I made with original Laura. So first of all, child actors are very hit and miss. I think they did a great job casting Evie Templeton, who's a very good actress. She's a little bit older for the character, and it makes Laura come off a little bit older. She doesn't seem like an 8-year-old. And nothing against her. Like, that's Evie doing her best, and, the team doing their best with the actors that they had. And I think it fits her personality that Laura would seem a little bit older than your typical 8-year-old. She's very independent. She's very fearless. She goes off and does what she wants. She goes places where she's not supposed to go. She steals things from her nurse's locker. Calls James a fart face 3 times. That's really not anything on Laura as a character. That's more from the writing standpoint from Bloober Team. But there's little moments like that I think I don't like as much. But Evie still did a great job with this character. She is one of my absolute favorite characters in terms of the remake. And I would say she is also S tier. Right up there with the original Laura. She's one of my favorite things about the remake. I think the performances are great. I think the design is good. Like, it looks just like Evie Templeton made into Laura. Really, really good character all around. Still comes off as that snotty little brat. Makes fun of Eddie, makes fun of James. Not afraid of anything. So yeah, S tier. Remake Laura. Eddie Dombrowski. Remake Eddie. He's a very unique character in terms of how the remake was done. Because Eddie's one of the only characters that was voiced by one person and mocapped by another, which is fairly common in a lot of other games. But for Silent Hill, usually your mocap actor is your English voice actor. And so Eddie's performance is kind of split between 2 different actors. You've got your mocap actor and your voice actor. And I think they both did a really good job. I think his redesign, Bloober redesigning him and making him sort of even more disgusting. Like, he just comes off as such a gross person even from the very first meeting, I mean, especially the very first meeting where he's puking his guts out into a toilet. Even if he didn't necessarily go to the same lengths, and I don't even know that for sure, he might have. But I don't think he went to the same lengths as Dave Shoffley in the original for like puking up water in the sound booth to get those really gross, watery vomit sounds. But the vomiting was still gross. It was still a good performance, regardless of how he did it. The character design is really good. I like his dialogue. I like the slow progression of Eddie becoming insane over the course of the game. How he's able to mask a lot of his violent personality much more early on. And by the time you get to the theater, he's already like snippy with James. Like he's already, James makes the little like, oh, at least you got your appetite back, while he's picking up the empty pizza box. And then Eddie stops eating the ice cream and gets this like nasty look on his face. I love those little moments of Eddie becoming this incredibly disgusting, unstable individual. And seeing him build slowly that resentment towards James, which feels a lot more satisfying when it comes to their confrontation at the end of the labyrinth. Along with Laura, Eddie is probably one of my favorite things about the remake in terms of the characters, redesigns, and new performances. I put the OG Eddie up here in A tier. Remake Eddie, I think, is S tier. I think he's S tier. I think they took the concept that was so well done and so well performed from the original and managed to improve on it in almost every way. Angela Arasco remake. This is another difficult one because I feel Donna Burke's original Angela, the original Angela design and everything like that, like she's up there in S tier. And Gianna Keel was one of the ones that I was probably the most on the fence about her performance when the game first came out and when we first started seeing trailers and seeing Angela. And her character really grew on me. The more I played the remake, the more times I went through it, the more times I focused on Angela as an overall part of the story. Gianna Keel's performance really, really grew on me. And the slight redesign to her character, which isn't even that major at all, was also something that I got accustomed to and much more accepting of a lot faster than I thought I would. There's so many good little things in the physical acting, in the mocap, her facial expressions, her body language, the newly added Rosewater Park scene, where we even get sort of a glimpse at her otherworld sort of manifesting for her right in front of us, even though we as the player and James as a character is not seeing it. You hear the footsteps of her father showing up. You see her reacting to all of that. You get those little emotional moments of how she reacts to James saying like, oh, I'm glad to see you. And then that sort of disappointment in her voice when he's like, it's nice that someone else is still alive, that it's not really specifically towards her. Having all of those little emotional moments hit. Her performances during the Abstract Daddy scenes and sequences are just so heart-wrenching. Even some things that I think are not quite as good like her stairwell scene at the end, which is such a big moment. And I mean, Donna Burke's original is just so iconic, and it's been in my brain for the last 24 years, so it's a hard thing to live up to, and I think that Gianna did a great job with it. Yeah, I think Remake Angie still gonna be up here in S tier. They managed to take this tragic character. I think overall the original performance and the original character is just going to hold a bigger place in my heart and in my mind, but this was one of the characters that I was so worried about how Bloober was going to handle them, and I think they did really well. I think they managed to at least live up to the original without being disrespectful or gross or weird beyond a certain point with it. The janitor. The Silent Hill 2 remake janitor. And I'm trying to remember. Let me pull up my notes on janitor. Because he's mentioned everywhere, and I'm trying to remember who he's where he is a janitor. Was it in the apartments where you get those first notes? Now, let's see. Lived in apartment 9 in the Saul Street apartments. He's definitely, you find the notes about him around town during the first kind of intro segment before going to Woodside. He's the parallel to James, who's going around, had his heart broken, trying to repair a vinyl, causing a scene at Bar Neely's. They wanted to add more characterization to James without directly being James in the notes. And it's just kind of a weird addition, in my opinion. And it's also led to a lot of really weird fan theories from some particular people in the community. Who take everything way too literally, and they're like, oh, this note about this janitor, clearly that must have been James, and he lived in Silent Hill and worked as a janitor. And it's like, he went there for vacation, he never took his wife there again. These are like established plot points. None of that would make sense. None of that would make sense at all for James as a character to be this weird janitor. He's basically, because they got rid of Joseph Barkin and made all of the patients in Brook Haven like anonymous, the janitor feels like kind of an answer to that, to just have another Joseph Barkin type character, another character who is easily identifiable and relatable towards James. But he's kind of just a worse Joseph, a less interesting Joseph that has also caused a lot of confusion and weird fan theories to crop up. I'm going to put him in C tier along with Jack Davis and Josh Lewis. Unnecessary, but he's kind of interesting. I see what they were trying to do with him. But I don't know. Not a fan of the janitor edition in general. Toluca Prison Warden. Which one? There's a whole hallway of Toluca prison wardens. That also applies to Brook Haven director, because a lot of people try to give all of the credit for these notes and things to be like one specific person, even though when you're seeing Brook Haven, you're seeing elements of it from modern times, you're seeing elements of it from the early 1900s, you're seeing elements of it from the late 1800s. Who's to say that every single mention of the Brook Haven director is the same director? They change directors every so many years. Just like Toluca Prison Warden changes wardens every so many years. There's a whole hallway with like 6 different portraits of wardens. So this is kind of a weird one in general. I don't think all of the wardens that are even mentioned in the notes are necessarily the same warden. And again, a lot of those notes are not meant to be taken literally. They're projections from James's subconscious. They could be alluding to historical events and things that actually happened in the prison when it was still around and functional in the late 1800s, early 1900s. But a lot of them are part of James's delusion and just James projecting things about himself into the context of a prison and a warden and prisoners. Unnecessary. I'm going to put him in here along with the janitor, Toluca Prison Warden. C tier, whatever. Brook Haven director. Now, Brook Haven director, it was a little bit more concise with what this character was in the original Silent Hill 2. Again, James projecting things into his environment around him, into his reality around him, which is why the Brook Haven director has notes that are written directly to James by name, to indicate that, like, this person who wouldn't have existed in the same time as James, wouldn't have any sort of relation to James, still is writing notes specifically to him, should be your dead giveaway that they're not actually coming from a person. They're things being manifested by the town. They're things being influenced by James's subconscious. They tried to really do a lot more with the Brook Haven director in the remake, and again, it sort of worked almost to a detriment, where it confused a lot of fans, and it led to a lot of, I think, really far-fetched fan theories around the director from some specific people in the community. So I think it's just, it bogs down a lot of the main story just for the sake of like having this weird character who's not even necessarily real. Again, we're getting manifestations from James's crazy subconscious to represent these people, not necessarily notes from those people directly that are meant to be taken literally or historically accurate. I like that they tried to add more to the Brook Haven director, make him seem like this obsessive doctor who needed beyond anything else to heal these patients, even resorting to archaic and inhumane methods of quote-unquote treatment, essentially torture, to try and heal these patients. I don't like it as much as the original Brook Haven director. The original Brook Haven director, there's less there, which makes the character a little bit more mysterious, and I'm trying to think of a good way to phrase it, like what a good example is. Like the rewritten doctor's note about pulling a patient out of their delusion into our own reality. And in the original note, it's like, I'm a doctor, not a philosopher. And they have to make the little addition to the note in the remake, where it's like, not a psychologist like the director. it felt like they were expanding on a character they didn't need to expand on. They could have left this more ambiguous, more mysterious. There's some little details that I do kind of like. I like that they got Luke Roberts to voice the director. Same thing in the Japanese dub. James's Japanese voice actor also is the voice for the Brook Haven director. So they tried to do a little cutesy thing with that. Like, again, some fans are confused and reading into this stuff literally at face value and saying, oh, it's the same voice actor. Clearly, James was the Brook Haven director. Like, damn, James was a busy man. He went to this town on vacation and just decided to move there and work as a janitor and work as the Brook Haven director. Like, what a go-getter. What a busy guy James must have been for all of these theories to coincide with each other. Or the town is just reflecting what's in James's subconscious and projecting it into the environments around him. If he's in a hospital, the notes are framed like hospital notes around doctors and nurses and the director, but it's still all coming from James's mind. If he's in a prison, it's all prison themed, but it's still coming from James's mind. Was James the warden too? James was everybody. That's the remake fan interpretation. James was just everybody. Get gift subbed. Robert, thank you so much for gifting a sub to Man vs. World. Get stick bugged. Thank you so much. Yeah, again, I don't hate the character. I like some of the little things they were trying to go for with him, but similar to the warden, I'm putting him in C tier. I think it takes away a lot of what the director represented in the original, with unnecessary fluff that just wound up adding a lot of confused and frustrating fan theories to form because of that additional fluff around the character. Livlin, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 17 months. Thank you. Appreciate the love and support. Mira the dog. From the dog ending. I love Shiba Inus. The dog is control of everything. Clearly a fan favorite. Shows back up in multiple other games. Shows back up in Origins. Shows back up in, I think, Book of Memories joke ending. Obviously in the original Silent Hill 2, the remake Silent Hill 2, Shattered Memories UFO ending, Mira shows up. Mira is one of those things that is just so iconic and interesting, and such a funny concept. So much so that, like, James, original actor Guy Seehee, didn't want to do those joke endings. Like, it had to be explained to him from the director many times. Like, this is for players who beat the game like several times. Nobody's going to see this unless they're super obsessive and play the game a whole lot. No one's going to see this on like a first playthrough or anything. And it was only when that concept was explained to Guy Seehee did he agree to do the dog ending recording. There's no separate entries, so we're combining original 2 and 2 remake and everything else. There's very different dog endings for Silent Hill 2 remake. For anybody who doesn't know, there is the like 1.0 launch version of the dog ending, which had very different pacing and tone. They made it creepy instead of like silly and funny like the original. They went for a much more creepy vibe with the dog ending in remake for some reason, and then they changed it for some of the updates to be a little bit different and a little less creepy, a little more silly. But I love Mira. One of those just joke endings. Didn't they end up using Japanese dialogue for that ending, or am I misremembering? Original Silent Hill 2 has Guy Seehee, the American actor, speaking Japanese. Silent Hill 2 Remake has Luke Roberts speaking Polish, not Japanese temporal fry, because it's a Polish team making the remake, Bloober team, not a Japanese team anymore, like it was with Team Silent in the OG. So, original Silent Hill 2, American actor is speaking Japanese. Remake Silent Hill 2, dog ending, you have Luke Roberts speaking Polish. S tier. Mira is S tier. I love Mira. I love the dog ending. It's just so goofy, so silly, and it's a cute dog. Cheryl Mason number 2, aka Heather, the protagonist from Silent Hill 3. S tier. And as far as S tier goes, she's at the very tippy top of S tier for me, even above the man Harry Mason himself. This is my favorite protagonist and potentially just my favorite Silent Hill character in general. Heather is such a good character. Heather Morris gave such an amazing performance. There are so many layers and so many facets to her character throughout all of her iterations, being a reincarnation of Alessa, being a reincarnation of Cheryl, having combined personality traits and aspects from those characters while still being so much of her own character. She is the quintessential angsty early 2000s teenage girl, like 100%. Like, I was in high school at that time and knew girls like this who would post on their live journals and their angsty MySpace pages. The character felt so real compared to any other protagonist. Not just well written, not just well performed, crossed that threshold into feeling so much like a real person. And very, very few characters managed to get to that point throughout this entire series. And again, a lot, let me give you sort of my little bit of personal lore and history here. Heather is the character that made me realize that Silent Hill games and Silent Hill characters could be much more than just horror games. Silent Hill 3 was the game that made me obsessed with this series, because it hit me at the perfect time in my life, or I don't know if perfect time in my life is the best way to phrase it, but I too was an angsty teenager whose father had been murdered. That is part of my life, and I was struggling with that a lot during those years, because I didn't know. You don't know how to feel about those things. Your mindset and everything as a teenager, even without anything really horrible happening in your life, is already such a very confused point of your existence and your development. And then having my father killed, or when my father was killed, like, I didn't know how to feel about it. I felt such a combination of things: overwhelming sadness, overwhelming anger, and not really knowing how to process it. And then Silent Hill 3 came out, and this fictional character who was so close to me in age, who had such a similar scenario happening as part of the game, made me realize that games can be personal. They're not just these little fictional stories and little scary moments that can happen, they can really, really touch you in a really personal way and connect with you on an extremely emotional level. Silent Hill 3 is by far my biggest point of bias in the entire series, because I relate so much to Heather as a character. And yeah, it's hard to think of her as anything less than S tier. She's so well written. She is so descriptive in everything that she interacts with. Like Silent Hill 1 and Silent Hill 2, you can examine a lot of things in the environment, and most of the time you get very, very little bits of dialogue, like, oh, I don't need this right now, or just a basic description of, like, here is what I'm looking at, I don't need this right now, I don't need to take this with me type of thing. Heather, you could examine almost everything in the environment in Silent Hill 3, and not only will she tell you, like, what it is, but she'll comment on it. She'll say that it's gross, or she'll say that it's reminds her of this thing, or give some sort of personal insight to her about it. You find a mysterious lit cigarette, and she doesn't just say, oh, that's weird, there's a lit cigarette here. She's like, I quit for good. So it's like, oh, you yourself were a smoker. And you're only 17 years old. You've already been a smoker and stopped smoking by the age of 17. That adds so much more to your character just through this thing that you're looking at in the environment. No, like never again did we get a protagonist that is so descriptive in their examination of the world around them. And just the perfect teenage girl reactions to horrors beyond your comprehension. Here's Leonard Wolf manifested into this horrible monster, and she's making snarky little quips. I guess you're not a person anyway. S tier. S tier. Perfect design, perfect character, excellently written dialogue, perfect performance. Best character. Best girl. Douglas. Douglas Cartland, the detective. I really like Douglas. I think having the grizzled old detective as a counterpart to your snarky teenage girl is a really, really nice contrast in terms of characters and how well written they are. Really wonderful performance as well. Especially in some of the later scenes in like the amusement park where he's talking about his son who got shot robbing a bank while Douglas himself was a cop. It's not directly stated, but you almost get the implication that he may have shot his own son, or at least been there when his son was shot, and blamed himself for that, you know, being a penniless good-for-nothing. And you just get such a sad, genuinely sad performance, the way that you would from like the tough on the outside grizzled detective who's like trying to hold back those tears, but you still hear that like shaking in his voice. Yeah, I really like Douglas a lot. And if we get around to the point where we're getting a Silent Hill 3 remake, which at this point I'd say is fairly likely. We got 2, we're getting 1. It would make a lot of sense to do 3 after they do 1. I really hope we get more Douglas. He's one of those characters that I like him a lot, and I just wish there was a bit more of him playing a little bit bigger role in the game, or maybe some flashbacks to his younger days, something more. Excellent character. I think I'm going to put him in very high A tier. I just want a little more Douglas. Little more Douglas. Douglas and Heather both lost someone dear to them through senseless violence, and they look out for each other. Yeah, he's definitely got the big dad vibes. And as said, I feel like his character contrasts with Heather's character so well. He's a little flat in some deliveries, but like I said, he also gives some really emotional deliveries later on. And I just wish there was a bit more of him in the game. Also, you can put in the Konami code and see him in his boxers. Just why not? Very tippy top of A tier. Love me some Douglas. Claudia Wolf. Claudia Wolf. This is another character who I really like a lot. You really get a sense of her past, the way that she views things, very similar to Walter. She is somebody who was so brainwashed and so manipulated by her life of an upbringing through the cult. But you can see that her intentions were meant to be good. Like, she genuinely was tired of seeing suffering in the world. When you find the books that she was reading in her room in the church, and it's like child slavery, and exploitation, and all of these genuinely horrific things, real world things, that there's all this horrible stuff in the world. And Claudia just didn't want to stand for it. She didn't want to allow such a cruel world to continue to exist. I understand her motivations, even if they were, as Rachel said, misguided. And the only reason they were so misguided are because of the cult influence. If it hadn't been for the cult, if she had those same ideals, but was able to not be involved with the cult, she would have been a, local politician or an activist, somebody fighting for the good of humanity. But being raised by the cult, she saw only one solution to the world's problems. And that was, let's try to bring about a god that will just wipe it all clean. Send everybody to quote unquote paradise. Well-written character. Really good villain. Really good performance by Donna Burke. Very different. I love Donna Burke's range between someone like Angela and someone like Claudia Wolf. She's just a really great voice actress, really good performer, and I love the creepy quality that she lent to Claudia. She kind of plays a parallel to someone like Dahlia Gillespie. A lot of characters in Silent Hill 3 are meant to be parallels to Silent Hill 1 characters. In many ways, 3 is kind of rehashing events and story beats of Silent Hill 1. But she is what Dahlia was really trying to be. You get more of the human aspect, more of the understanding of the motivation around Claudia. She's not just an evil witch. She is somebody who was manipulated by the cult, had powers very similar to Alessa, you know, just had that unfortunate upbringing. She's essentially what we might have gotten from Alessa if Alessa hadn't gone through the impregnation ritual and the soul split and all of that. If Alessa had been given the opportunity to just live out her life, raised by the order, she probably would have wound up a lot like Claudia. And the fact that she is still mourning Alessa, yeah. The fact that she genuinely cared for and loved Alessa, like, not just from the cult's standpoint of seeing Alessa as a saint, but from the standpoint of losing a friend who was like a sister to her. Great character, great performance, really good writing. I'm torn between S tier and A tier. I'm going to put her up here at the top of A tier along with Douglas and Lisa Garland. I think she's a really, really, really well done character. I don't think she's quite up there in S tier, and S tier is also getting a little bit crowded. I don't want to just start throwing everybody in S tier. She does have some flaws. She does have some faults. But again, you understand, the game does a good job of making you understand that aspect of her. Why she is that way. Vincent. Vincent is our parallel to Michael Kaufman in this game, but has so much more charisma that you kind of want to go along with him. He is entirely looking out for himself. He cares about money more than he cares about the cult or his beliefs. Unlike Kaufman, who was kind of going along with the cult just for the sake of personal profit, Vincent was going along with the cult for the sake of personal profit, but also held some level of belief in them as well. Like, he was more involved with it. The performance for Vincent was so good. The character design for Vincent, he is the perfect slimy little weasel, right down to his fucked up teeth, and his stupid little vest, and just the sarcasm and everything dripping from every little line delivery. Hi, Heather. They did such a good job with Vincent, making you dislike this character while simultaneously liking this character, to the point where you feel bad. Maybe not everybody, but I felt bad about seeing him get stabbed and murdered at the end. I wanted Vincent to make it and turn his life around, and become like a stockbroker or something. But he kind of had it coming. But Vincent Smith, one of those really, really good villain characters. To be fair, he was manipulating. He was a weasel. He was purposefully misleading Heather. He's got one of the most iconic lines. People who haven't even played Silent Hill 3 know the "they look like monsters to you" line, which is still one of the most heavily debated topics among Silent Hill fans to this day. And the fact that it is such a debate, that somebody who is clearly a liar and a manipulator in the way that he functions and talks, that there are so many players who still believe him when he says that, because he's that good. He's not just fooling Heather, he's fooling you as a player. Like, he gets under your skin, not just Heather's. Wonderful, wonderful character. I would say Vincent is S tier in terms of villains and just lovable, hateable characters. I really like Vincent. Who do we got here? Valtiel. Valtiel. Now, there's a big question. Is Valtiel in Book of Memories a separate character on this list? No. So we're taking into account all of Valtiel, which means we have to include Book of Memories. And if we were talking about Valtiel strictly in Silent Hill 3, one of the more interesting creatures, deities, within the belief structure. He's essentially the caretaker to the Mother of God. He is ensuring that Heather will complete this ritual, that the god will grow inside of her, and goes specifically out of his way to revive Heather when she meets an unfortunate end before the god is able to develop. Whenever you get specific game overs in Silent Hill 3, you're given a nice little scene of Valtiel showing up and dragging Heather's body away, presumably to bring her back, so that the cycle or ritual birth of the god could continue. And then you see him draping the veil over the birthed god at the very end of Silent Hill 3. Really just iconic imagery. Even if he is another case of almost reused assets, he's got a lot of physical similarities to Pyramid Head, in terms of his body and hands, and smock design. 3 just was kind of making use of things that they already had in a lot of regards, and sort of like repurposing mandarins into closers. Pyramid Head was altered and kind of repurposed into Valtiel, although was done for a very specific reason and gave him his own purpose. Now, Book of Memories unfortunately exists, and Valtiel is a big part of that, because Valtiel is the guy who gives you your quests at the start of every zone. And the idea of this powerful deity who has control over aspects of the other world and functions as the caretaker of the Mother of God, also being this guy who is telling you, hey, escort Mira the dog to the end of the zone and I'll give you a sword or an artifact. They just made him your generic quest giver in Book of Memories. Such a misuse of this character. I mean, it's Book of Memories, so who cares at the end of the day, but I like Valtiel. He's not nearly as iconic as Pyramid Head, but even in just terms of design and function and being interesting, I would say Valtiel's up here in A tier for me. He makes you face the Butcher, Pyramid Head, and Boogeyman all at once. Fuck that. Yeah. He does have some very bullshit quests. And Book of Memories cheapens his function and purpose by a lot, by a significant amount. Temporal Fry says, I have a personal query to investigate as to whether or not Pyramid Head and Valtiel could be the same being. Confirmed by Masahiro Ito and the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle that they are not. Even though they do have similar roles and similar appearances, go read the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle. There's an entire thing about Valtiel, along with creator commentary about his purpose. Or just go watch my video where I read all of the Lost Memories Silent Hill Chronicle. But your query has been answered back in 2003 with the release of the Silent Hill Lost Memories Chronicle Guide. Do your research. The missionary. The missionary. So, first of all, kills Harry and doesn't even do it fair and square. Doesn't fight him. Just fucking slices him up in his easy chair, his lazy boy. So I hate him. I hate him so much. I understand why it had to be that way. It had to be as cruel and sudden and shocking as could be, because that is what is going to make Heather feel the worst, and whatever makes Heather feel the worst is going to make the god grow that much more. The god inside of her is growing and feeding off of Heather's negative emotions. That's the entire reason that Claudia did what she did, called the missionary. Missionary killed Harry. If it had been a fair fight, Harry absolutely would have won. So it had to be done that way. But I hate the missionary. I hate fighting the missionary. I've lost a lot of time on speed runs fighting this stupid missionary where he just decides to run off and spin in circles in a random corner of the roof instead of running at me so that I can kill him quickly on a one cycle. In terms of design, he's pretty cool, but in terms of lore, could be a manifestation representing former members of the cult who functioned as assassins and did the more dirty deeds that the cult needed done. Could be an actual member of the cult wearing a thing on his face with blades on his arms. Probably not. More likely, creature manifested from Claudia's power and will. Missionary I'm putting in C tier. Don't like him. Don't like him. Cowardly. Killed my favorite character. Killed Harry. One of my favorite characters. I know it had to be done, but fuck that guy and all the time that he made me lose on speedruns over the years. Design is also a little cheapened by having repeats later in the church, the scrapers. Yeah. Stanley Coleman. Stanley Coleman, the obsessive patient in Brook Haven who loved Heather Mason. Wrote many different diaries and left behind his creepy little doll. For a character you never get to see, for a character you only ever hear a few choking breaths from him, you never hear his voice other than being number 7 in the underground part of Brook Haven. I can appreciate the well-written, creepy character, even though it's like they managed to make this guy so hateable and so disgusting just through a doll and diaries. That's impressive. Not to mention, like, I don't know, it's It's so well, yes. Stanley's such a well-executed scare for people who pay attention to the environment and read notes. And I feel so bad for the people who play Silent Hill games like that, where they don't read. Because you miss out on a lot of this stuff. And there's a lot of optional ones, optional diaries, if you don't do them in a particular sequence. Some of them can be very easy to miss. Creepy, obsessive, weirdo, loves Heather, has a creepy doll. Really well written. I think he's going to go in B tier for me. One of the more memorable aspects, memorable characters, as far as like side characters go. For someone you never see or hear. Leonard Wolf. Leonard Wolf. For me, I think Leonard Wolf is like A tier. So this is another one of those characters where you just get the phone calls at first. But if you really take the time to kind of analyze the dialogue and put together the notes of Brook Haven, there's very few side characters where I took the time to go through and write up a whole bunch of dialogue and notes regarding a specific character, and I did that for Leonard Wolf. Let me see if I can actually, if I still have those Leonard Wolf notes. Yes, here's my Leonard Wolf notes, okay? I'm just gonna read all of my Leonard Wolf notes for Leonard being in A tier. I wrote these notes a long time ago, many years ago, when I was very first starting to do story playthroughs on Twitch. So around 2015, 2016. Tinkerbell, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 33 months. Thank you. Good to see you again. But yes, Leonard Wolf, there's like, I haven't gone through and written up a big dissertation about Stanley Coleman. I haven't done that about the Happy Birthday Caller or anything like that throughout Silent Hill 3, but I did write up a whole bunch of things about Leonard Wolf. So here's my notes on Leonard Wolf from 10 years ago. Leonard Wolf was known to have been a patient of Brook Haven Hospital, admitted sometime after stabbing a person over a religious dispute, and is known to try to push his fervent beliefs of the order's religion onto the patients and staff of the mental hospital. A victim of a slashing can be found in Brook Haven's examining room, with a note nearby stating that although it appears as a suicide, the wound angle is suspicious. The man was a victim of Leonard's, after a confrontation over religious beliefs as well. On the victim's body, "Margaret till death do we part" can be seen tattooed, a traditional saying rooted in Catholicism during marriage, so we know he and Leonard would have very opposing views on God. The Happy Birthday Caller also proclaims that he is not Leonard, stating that's the murderer's name. Later in the otherworld Brook Haven in this same room, we find a body hanging from the ceiling that has been stabbed in the chest with a copper stake and bled out into a bucket below, which must be collected in order to later perform a ritual. This is Leonard's first victim. At one point, Leonard manages to quote-unquote call a phone in a patient room and begins talking as though he is speaking to his daughter, Claudia Wolf. This is likely a form of communication that's common between these two, the phone acting as a vessel for the two to speak via psychic ability, and thus is able to be used by Heather and her psychic abilities as well. Leonard begins by responding to Heather harshly, thinking that it's Claudia lying about her identity to avoid responsibility for something, and implies Claudia has behaved this way before to his disapproval. He goes on to ask, "Have you come to apologize? Or maybe you don't realize how foolish you've been. The salvation of all mankind. Ha! What a ridiculous dream." This gives the impression that Claudia and Leonard have discussed their personal beliefs within their faith as opposing views many times already. Leonard believes the unnecessary people must be killed off, leaving behind only the followers of the cult, whereas Claudia seeks salvation for all mankind via total extermination at the hands of God, a world cleansed by fire. His standing disappointment in her can be inferred by his dialogue, "How did you turn out this way? Where did I go wrong?" Finally, after shouting and forcing Leonard to listen, Heather convinces him that she is not Claudia, much to Leonard's surprise based on his tone, and he reveals he is, in fact, Leonard Wolf. Heather reveals she's looking for Claudia, and Leonard can sense her intent to kill her. While at first he seems indifferent to this, he replies, "She is a fool, but she's still my daughter. I was going to forgive her if she changed her ways," showing that at some level, Leonard did still love Claudia. After this realization, Leonard chooses instead to ask Heather for her help in freeing him from Brook Haven, revealing that he is quote-unquote locked up in here and wishes to also stop Claudia. However, when Heather asks for his location, Leonard states he's not sure but mentions a door at the end of the hallway on the second floor that prior to this conversation did not exist. He goes on to tell Heather that he can be of help to her since he possesses a seal, the Seal of Metatron, which when used by someone of great faith, like Leonard himself, can be a powerful tool for delaying the effects of the otherworld on reality and stalling the birth of the cult's god. When returning to the second floor hallway, an unmarked door now appears where previous to Leonard's mention was not there. Perhaps an example of the town's power manifesting something or changing reality only once someone has the knowledge or belief in it. This leads to the otherworld Brook Haven. A notebook from Leonard can be found on the first floor day room, stating that the world is teeming with unnecessary people. It's God's decision that I fight. As a knight of honor, as a protector of the seal, I sacrifice myself to the blood of criminals. Leonard's victims, who he saw as criminals for not believing in the cult's faith, were the unnecessary people to him. Leonard will sacrifice himself for their blood, in his own words. This has two different meanings. Leonard sacrifices his freedom by becoming detained and confined for murder, but he will also literally sacrifice his life later to the player's own hands in exchange for the blood of his victim. All that's left is the ritual itself, to be performed in Leonard's room on the first floor of the otherworld Brook Haven. A book titled Lost Memories, a reference to Heather's own lost memories of her life as Alessa, can be found on a table in this room, reading, "One characteristic mentioned only in rare documents and dying out in the modern age is that of the ritual sacrifice. Offering prayers, pierce a man's chest with a copper stake, drench the altar in the blood which spouts red from the heart, to praise and show loyalty unto God." The book mentions sacrifice, just as Leonard had mentioned in his own notebook. Leonard had performed his own sacrifice in Brook Haven in a show of loyalty to his god, and now the player, as Heather, must repeat the same ritual, using the knowledge gained from the book, the victim's blood, and a combination of the town's power and her own latent psychic abilities. The altar is prepared, and once you apply Leonard's victim's blood, a hole and ladder down to a watery chamber appear. Leonard Wolf has sacrificed his freedom out of loyalty to his god and been given a new, horrible, yet powerful form during his incarceration within the otherworld, to act as the protector of the Seal of Metatron, one of the few things that could potentially prevent the birth of God. Leonard Wolf is here, confined to the otherworld, with the Seal of Metatron, hidden behind a ritual of his own faith by Claudia, in order to distance the powerful item from her and her plans. Leonard has taken on a monstrous new form during his time in the otherworld, yet through his psychic abilities, he is still able to communicate with Heather. As Heather explains her stance, Leonard becomes aware that Heather herself is not a follower of his faith, thus sees her as a criminal, a heretic who plans to use the Seal of Metatron to destroy his god, the god to whom he swore loyalty and sacrificed himself. Leonard then attacks, and Heather must defend herself, ultimately killing Leonard. After Leonard has been killed, the otherworld subsides, and Heather awakens in Leonard's room in the normal world, and discovers the Seal of Metatron left behind, with no trace of Leonard's remains. Upon leaving Brook Haven, we see a scene of Claudia and Vincent talking to each other, Claudia expressing that she is upset Vincent revealed the location of Leonard, sending Heather to him, knowing and even counting on the outcome of Leonard's death. Claudia tells him it's your fault that he, showing remorse towards the death of her father, despite their oppositions to each other. Vincent reveals the nature of Leonard Wolf in the past, having been witness to the abuse Claudia endured at his hand. Despite this, Claudia and Leonard, at some level, still cared for each other. So that is all of my notes that I wrote on Leonard, combining all of those details throughout Brook Haven, like 10, 11 years ago, when I was putting together stuff for story playthroughs back then. And it's so easy to not recognize all of that. Like, you pick up on some of it, you pick up on the notes, but when you really put it all together and have that realization of, like, Claudia cared about her father despite the abuse, Leonard cared about Claudia despite their difference in beliefs, Claudia kept Leonard locked up with the Seal of Metatron because he would have been one of the only people, and the seal would have been one of the only things that could have potentially stopped her. Having to replay, like, redo this ritual that Leonard himself did that got him locked up in Brook Haven in the first place as Heather in order to get to him. There's so many cool aspects to Leonard. Cool design, kind of an annoying boss fight. But he's a much more layered character than I think a lot of fans give him credit for. A tier. A tier. Leonard Wolf's awesome. He's horrible, but he's awesome. Did I see the Anime Expo panel on Silent Hill F? They released some new information. I did. I don't know if we'll get to that today, but maybe tomorrow. I do want to go over some of the new Silent Hill F stuff that got announced at Anime Expo, and I also want to go over the voice acting panel from Fire and Ice convention, where they had a bunch of the original Silent Hill 1 voice actors. So those will be future videos. Today we're doing tier list. Memory of Alessa. Memory of Alessa. This is Alessa as an aspect, as a inevitable part of Heather's existence that has literally just gone insane over the years of torture and existence through non-existence. Very complicated in terms of just kind of what she represents, but is a necessary thing for Heather to confront and overcome. Like, literally has to accept that she is or was Alessa, that Alessa is still part of her, but also needs to destroy that aspect of herself to show that she's bigger than just a reincarnation. She is more than just Alessa again. She is her own person with her own will and her own thoughts on things, not just Alessa again. And it works really, really well. as a moment of solidifying that aspect of Heather's character, that she is her own person. She's not just Cheryl. She's not just Alessa. She is her own person. And it does really well to show how far gone what remains of Alessa has become over those years since Silent Hill 1. In terms of design, it's just bloody goth girl Heather. Perfect. No notes. I love it. The boss fight itself is interesting. All the different phases with all the different weapons on this big spiraling horrible merry-go-round that's constantly sinking further and further into the earth. A tier. A tier Memory of Alessa. Big fan. Big fan of Memory of Alessa. New Brook Haven director. So again, I would argue the fact that there are multiple Brook Haven directors, even just within Silent Hill 2. Then we have some notes on the Brook Haven director of Silent Hill 3. Way, way less impactful than Brook Haven director in 2, in OG or remake. Honestly, like, don't really care much one way or the other about the Brook Haven director and their role in 3. Like, it's not nearly as interesting as it is in Silent Hill 2, which I put those at B and C tier. I would say this is C, maybe even my first don't care about them. Like, they could have been omitted from Silent Hill 3 in general, and I don't think most people would even notice. I think this is going to be my first don't care about them. Happy birthday, caller. Happy birthday to you. Similar to Stanley Coleman, very short little part of the game. Character who you never see. Extremely mysterious. Not Leonard, as a lot of people incorrectly assume. It's not Leonard. It's not Stanley. It's somebody else entirely. Gives us a fun little Easter egg in terms of who Heather is. Points off for forgetting your name. Well, there's a reason the happy birthday caller doesn't know her name, because she's gone by Alessa and Cheryl and Heather. She's had many names by this point. And the caller specifically says all of the birthdays, all of the, like, it's your 24th birthday, it's this birthday. All the numbers that he gives are the ages that each iteration of Alessa would be at that point in time. It's Heather's birthday, even though it's not Heather's birthday. It's what age she would be. It's what age the original Cheryl would have been. And it's what age the original Alessa would have been when they give you all of those different ages. So the reason they mix up the name is because she is different people with different names, essentially. Gives you the different numbers that are all corresponding to the ages of those characters if they had continued living. So this is one of those things where it's likely something from the town. It's not like a character specifically. It's a part of Heather's subconscious that is aware of all of this. who knows that she's a reincarnation of these other characters, and that is being projected into the town through this phone call as a way of kind of feeding her that information on a conscious level. But does it in such a good, creepy way. Really, really interesting voice performance. And I'm only talking about the OG here. Fuck the HD collection and all of its terrible Silent Hill 3 voice performances. Yeah. I would say Happy Birthday Caller right up there with Stanley Coleman in B tier. It's a little short part, but the voice and the scene is so iconic and creepy. Such a great, impactful little moment. Gives you some genuine information about Heather as a character, and then refuses to elaborate. Just show up, deliver information in a creepy way, never heard from again. Gives you a little bit of information on Leonard and Stanley as well. B tier. B tier. I like me the Happy Birthday Caller. Not up on A tier, but definitely interesting. The cassette cultist. This is in the Otherworld Church in one of the bedrooms, where you can listen to a tape recorder of Vincent talking with an unnamed cultist, where they're worried about what Claudia might be doing, what she might be up to. Vincent is kind of telling her to keep her thoughts to herself. Kind of a very minor role, very dry performance. She's cult lady. Gives you a little bit of insight into Vincent and sort of what motivated Vincent to start getting involved with what Claudia's doing, figure out what her goal is, and start trying to put a stop to that. But otherwise, I don't know, kind of inconsequential. We don't know much about her. I would say C tier. The aliens. This is specifically the Silent Hill 3 aliens, but I'm assuming this is just our representation for the aliens throughout the entire list. For the sheer fact of how many UFO endings there are, Silent Hill 1, Silent Hill 2, Silent Hill 3, 4 skipped it, Origins, Homecoming, Shattered Memories, Downpour skipped it, Book of Memories skipped it, the arcade game had a UFO ending. Like, it's just iconic. Book of Memories does have the UFO artifacts, and they are the best artifact in terms of money. Like, they're very, very good for building up memory residue. Did they have stats? Were there stats on the UFOs as well? Or was that one of the statless ones? Let me pull it up. If that information's even online. There it is. The UFO model. +5 agility, -3 dex, -2 strength. So it's really good for agility. But it does have the negatives. It's still anything that's a +5. I think +5 is like one of the biggest bonuses you can get from an artifact. And agility is a pretty important stat. So, decent stats. It's worth the most residue. And also just leaving Book of Memories behind now. The UFO endings, they're really funny. They're really enjoyable. I love the continuity between at least the ones in 1, 2, and 3, and the aliens appearing. I love the references of stuff like Mars Attacks. The old Mars Attacks Tops trading cards were the inspiration behind the original UFO ending. Yeah, I love the aliens. I love the UFO endings. I feel like stuff like the dog ending is more interesting, more just bizarre. But I also like how self-aware Silent Hill is about the UFO endings. By the time you get to Silent Hill 3, like, literally part of the dialogue before the credits song is, "Aren't you tired of that old UFO ending by now?" Like, they're self-referential. They blow up Silent Hill at the UFO ending of Silent Hill 3. I'm torn between S or high A tier. I'm going S tier. It's up there with dog ending. I love me some UFOs. I love the aliens. Silent Hill 4 characters. We've already got Walter Sullivan up here in S tier because he technically showed up in Silent Hill 2, so we got to him a little bit early. Henry Townsend. A lot of people really relate with this character, and there's a lot of fans who really enjoy Henry. Yeah, exactly. Relate to his headaches. A lot of people who are introverts and just want to stay inside their apartments, or their homes or their rooms, really relate to Henry. I feel like it's hard to categorize Henry strictly from how we see him in Silent Hill 4, because, like, he's a photographer. He's traveled to Silent Hill. He's not necessarily the introvert that a lot of people paint him as. Yeah, he graduated. He's got his degree, a picture of him in his graduation cap and everything on his desk. I don't think he's the character that a lot of people picture him as, because they're only seeing him after he's been starving and not sleeping in his apartment for several days, which has a tremendous impact on how he's functioning as a person. I think if we were to know Henry a year or two before the events of Silent Hill 4, he would seem like a very different person. Going out to places, going out to locations, working as a photographer, getting out of, going through college and graduating. Like, he seemed to have had a life, and a lot of people only strictly look at the way that he's handling being trapped in room 302. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag there. I think a lot of people misinterpret Henry's character, and at the same time, we don't get a whole lot of Henry's character. That is the biggest issue with Henry when it comes to Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4 is fantastic as a game and as a story because it is not really about the protagonist. It is about Walter Sullivan. It is Walter's game, not Henry's. We're experiencing everything from Henry's perspective, but it is Walter Sullivan's game. And they spent so much time focusing on Walter and giving Walter his backstory and his purpose and his multifaceted character. Again, he's up here in S tier for a reason for me, that Henry kind of got neglected. In terms of characterization. He just comes off as very flat, very dry. He says "what the hell" a lot. And I think a lot of players misinterpret him. They view him as this introvert, when I don't think he necessarily is. They view him as this person who's like mildly... I've seen a lot of people saying that he's like mildly perverted because he like uses the peephole to look at Eileen. He didn't make that. Joseph did in his previous attempts to escape room 302. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of Henry that's misunderstood, and unfortunately not enough information about the character to really get to know him outside of just the events of Silent Hill 4. He plays his role. He's part of Walter's ritual. He does what he needs to do. He seems to care for Eileen and goes out of his way to try to help her and protect her. He seems like a good dude. Good guy. He's not like a piece of shit like James. But he's definitely not like Man of the Year like Harry Mason. Or Woman of the Year like Heather. He's just kind of there. Like, props on him for trying and doing kind of what needs to be done in a situation he really was uninvolved with almost entirely. I'm putting Henry in B tier. He's bland. B tier for bland. And it's not really his fault. I think Silent Hill 4 should have given us more Henry dialogue, some more backstory, some more aspects of his character. But Silent Hill 4 was rushed, and they had to put all the focus on Walter, and that really shows. Grove, Sleeper, welcome back. Thank you so much for the resub. Dedicating this one to Henry, my first Silent Hill protagonist back in the day. Well, don't take offense. These are just opinions, but he's in B tier for me. It's kind of boring, kind of bland. Wish we got to know more of him outside of starving and sleep deprived and delirious, locked in a room for several days. Eileen Galvin. Eileen, much more interesting. Again, all the side characters and people in Silent Hill 4 are so much more interesting than Henry himself. From a design standpoint, I really like Eileen. And she's got like, she goes out, she parties. She's got the little dress for her party occasions. Voice performance wise, I really like a lot of Eileen's dialogue. When she's like, I'll be cursed, I know it, and like all of the desperation in her voice, all of the creepiness in her voice when she's being possessed and reading things as possessed, like Walter possessed. When she goes into the baby talk, the infantilized vocalizations when if she's possessed and you're reading Walter's diaries in Forest World 2, where she's trying to sound like a little kid, trying to sound like little Walter. I think she does a great performance on that. When she drops the glass jar in the hallway and she's like muttering to herself as she goes back to her apartment, where she's like, hope my luck changes before the party. And then she walks off and she's like, so stupid. Like those little moments. I love those little character moments where I'm just like, that's me. That's identifiable. I like those things. I've been like that. I know people like that. And I love when characters get that air of realism in their performances and in their dialogue. Not to mention, she does have that history with Walter. She gave her doll to Walter when she was just a little girl, and had her prized doll, and gave it to Walter because she felt bad for him. Eileen, very, very solid A tier. Right up here. Right up here. Really like Eileen. Hope my luck changes before the party. Stupid. So stupid. Frank Sunderland. The father of James Sunderland, Frankie Sons. He is the superintendent of the South Ashfield Heights apartments. And, such a fucking weirdo. Yeah, Rachel, he's fucking weird. Now, we have to keep in mind, if it wasn't for Frank being an absolute total fucking weirdo, Walter would have been unstoppable. Please remember that if you like the good endings of Silent Hill 4, personally I don't. I like letting Walter have the apartment. It's one apartment. It's all he wants. Let him have it. But if you like the good endings of Silent Hill 4, if you like the idea of stopping Walter Sullivan and living happily ever after, none of that would have been possible if Frank hadn't been such a weirdo and kept Walter's umbilical cord. Tassadul, thank you for the raid. Thank you. Once again, a villain is defeated by weird old guy. Yes. And if they, speaking of weird old guy, if they ever do a Silent Hill 4 remake, get Guy Seehee, the original James actor from OG Silent Hill 2, to play Frank Sunderland, please. Because that would be perfect casting. That would be perfect casting if we get to Silent Hill 4 remake. Let Guy Seehee be Frank Sunderland. But yeah, Frank's weird. Frank's weird, man. There's a lot of weird stuff with Frank. Some of the notes that you find about him, the way that he misinterprets a lot of what's going on in his apartment. He doesn't understand a lot of the tenants who he's renting to. He seems so detached from everything. He keeps the umbilical cord. He's always talking about how weird it smells and freaking out people like Eileen. He sees Rachel being stalked by another person and just assumes that this stalker is her boyfriend rather than her actual boyfriend, the painter. So, like, I don't know. He's kind of it's another one of those cases of, like, it's thanks to him that Walter is stoppable. So his role in Silent Hill 4 is pretty important. But also he's kind of terrible at his job. South Ashfield Heights is a piece of shit. He needs to keep up with his building better. Hire some fucking maintenance. Keep things clean. Fucking new coat of paint once in a while, Frank. Quit taking umbilical cords that don't belong to you. I think he's going B tier. He's going to be right here with Henry. Are you in there, Henry? He's going right there. Also, he doesn't really seem to care too much about James. There's like one little mention, and it's not even from Frank directly. It's from Henry looking at one of the paintings that he got from Frank. And he's like, I got this from Frank Sunderland. He said that his son and wife went missing. That's it. That's it. You can go into Frank Sunderland's apartment. There's not a single picture of James. There's not a single photo of James or Mary or anything. Terrible father, terrible superintendent. We're able to stop Walter thanks to him being weird and keeping the umbilical cord. But Frank, you're kind of a fuck up. You're kind of a fuck up. You know what? You're going C tier. I changed my mind. You're going C tier. You're not even B tier with Henry. You're C tier. Put up a photo of your fucking son in your apartment. Pretend like you care. Joseph Schreiber. The Schreiber. So, Joseph was the previous tenant of 302 before Henry moved in. He was the investigative journalist. A lot of people need to understand how important Joseph's role is over the entire series, because a lot of people don't give Joseph his credit. Now, here's the biggest thing about Joseph that I think most people might overlook and need to understand. He is the one who broke the story to the public about the cult in Silent Hill. Up until Joseph's investigations, the cult was strictly only really known to the locals. For the people who lived in Silent Hill and were regulars there, like Lisa Garland, they knew about the weird occult stuff and black magic going on. All the people who quote-unquote followed a queer religion. That's all like Lisa Garland's Silent Hill 1 dialogue. Joseph's the guy who actually went there and investigated the cult, investigated the orphanage, investigated the water prison as best as he could, even though they wouldn't let him in there, and then published it. The rest of the world wouldn't even know about Silent Hill and its cult activity, if not for Joseph. So Joseph made some big things happen. And a lot of Silent Hill 4 would not be possible without him. Joseph went to the water prison. Where exactly is the water prison? It's part of the orphanage compound. He was able to go in and interview people around the orphanage, but they wouldn't let him anywhere near the water prison. He was like, it's just a big tower on the orphanage property. But they wouldn't let him near it. But he was able to get close enough to hear children crying. Now, when you go to the Walter version of it, remember, you're not literally going to that place in reality. You're going to Walter's world. And it is a child's memory of an isolated facility that he could not escape from. Walter's mind puts all the water around it, because in his mind, he was a kid who could never escape this place. So there was literally nothing around it. In reality, that was not the case. It was a tower that was part of the orphanage facility. None of the places you go to in Walter's worlds in Silent Hill 4 are the literal actual location. They are representations of those places from Walter's mind. But yeah, Joseph. One of the few people where I would say he's pretty damn good at his job. He's a very good investigative journalist. He did his best to publish articles on Silent Hill, on the cult, on Walter. He did his best to help detectives and police with the investigations into the Walter Sullivan case. He was one of the few people who actually considered alternative methods to what Walter may have been doing, because the police were trying to make sense of something supernatural. A lot of fans misinterpret this. So there was no Walter copycat killer, and there was no somebody who stabbed himself in the prison who was not actually Walter. Those notes, those mentions of like, oh, well, how could Walter have killed himself in the prison if other victims happened after that? Because Walter was a supernatural ghost. He killed himself as part of the 21 Sacraments. And then as a ghost went on to continue killing people. Now, as a police officer, as a detective, or as a journalist, you're not going to jump to that conclusion. You're not going to say, oh, well, he must have turned into a murderous ghost to finish his ritual. You're going to try to figure out a logical reason for why the murders would continue, which is why they think copycat, which is why they think Walter in prison was not the real Walter. It was. It was the real Walter. He took his own life. His ghost picked up his corpse, brought it to room 302, walled it off in the back. Like, the notes and everything you find that are discrepancies to that are people from outside of the understanding who are trying to figure out a logical reason for why these things would be happening. Even though we know as players that it's a supernatural thing that's occurring because of the town's power, because of the power of the ritual, and because of Walter's abilities. So Joseph is one of the few people who actually started to understand the cult and present these ideas, and ultimately was killed for it. But I think Joseph, really interesting character. Another one of those ones who you don't get to know very well. His character model is just generic man, untextured, barely shaded. You don't get a whole lot of dialogue from him. Oh yeah, another little thing that a lot of fans might overlook. You play as Joseph in the very intro of Silent Hill 4. The first character that you play as in Silent Hill 4 is Joseph. The first person perspective at the start of the game is not Henry. If you go around and start looking at things in the apartment, you'll see the dialogue, the reaction is like, what is this radio doing here? I used to have a record player here. Like, where's my stuff? Because he's seeing his future apartment. He's seeing the way that it's going to look after he dies, once Henry is living there. And then you're essentially playing out his last moments in a haunted room before a ghost kills him and traps him there. So, playable character scores points. I mean, it's a tier list. It's just whatever. It's my opinions. We're taking lots of things into consideration. But yeah, Joseph, very important character, not just to Silent Hill 4, but to the series overall. Really, really interesting. I would like more Joseph, some flashbacks, something more than an untextured, upside down character model. If we ever get more like a Silent Hill 4 remake or anything like that. I'm gonna put him really high B tier. We'll put him up here, next to Sybil. Cynthia Velasquez. Cynthia? One of Walter Sullivan's victims. Great performance. Good vocal performance. Wonderful, unlockable, sexy costume. Where she twerks. Where she's sitting there shaking her ass. Waiting for Henry to show up in her dream. Immediately just hits on Henry. Yeah, her voice actress. What's her name? Lisa Ortiz is in Ratatouille. Really good performance. The death scene, like, she's in the game for such a short amount of time, and her death scene is still really tragic, just from the performance and like that tone in her voice, where she's still trying to hold on to the fact that it's a dream and that she feels like dying. It's so tragic. You can tell she's just kind of confused But we stand sex positive Cynthia Velasquez in this house. I think she's also one of the scariest ghosts. Ooh. I was debating between A and B, but if we're also considering ghost forms, yeah, she is one of the coolest, scariest ghosts, even if it's kind of a Sadako ripoff, very heavily influenced type of ghost. But yeah, some of the coolest animations, some of the creepiest moments as a ghost. Really good performance by Lisa Ortiz when she's not a ghost. I said, characters where you spend a very short amount of time with them, and then they make you feel for them. That's hard to do. And they do that very well with Cynthia. And then her ghost. One of the most memorable ghosts of that entire game. A tier. A tier. Jasper. Jasper Gein. I really like Jasper. I really like the stuttery voice performance. I really like the weird character design. I like the fact that he is us. And I think you need to realize Jasper and his friends are Silent Hill fanboys within the universe of Silent Hill. He's wearing a Flauros t-shirt. He went to Silent Hill just because he's fascinated by the creepy occult stuff going on. Like, he's interested in all of that stuff. He is literally a Silent Hill fanboy. If we lived in a universe where Silent Hill was real, and the same way if you're a fan of like true crime, reality type stuff like that, and you were learning about true crime happening in Silent Hill, Jasper and his friends are the true crime fans that are like, let's go to this crazy fucked up cult town and check it out. Who sells a Flauros t-shirt in the universe? Yeah, that's gotta be homemade. He got the iron on. He's got the silk screen prep set up in his house. He probably made that himself. I love Jasper. And again, really cool death scene. Really, really gruesome death scene with some great voice performances with him yelling. Really memorable ghost, like chasing you around on fire. Yeah, kills the frame rate. He's so powerful. I feel like a lot of Walter's victims here, well, maybe not a lot, looking at the next one up, but Jasper is an A tier for me. The chocolate milk, so iconic. Which Silent Hill guy do you think Jasper cosplays at the local horror con? Oh, wow. Probably Walter. Like, he was a fan of Walter. And Walter would be the one who would be most known as, like, a local legend, the murderer. He'd be showing up dressed as Walter. But I love that he is a Silent Hill fanboy. In the literal sense of the word. Not just like us who are fans of fictional games. Like, in his world, Silent Hill is real, and he is a fanboy for it. And I love him for that. Love him for that. Andrew DeSalvo. So he's weird enough to dress up as demonic Ted Bundy in universe. Temporal Fry, I don't know how many horror conventions you've been to, but that's a real thing. Like, there are fans of true crime who go to like horror conventions and things like that as real world killers. These people are real. They exist. And Jasper's the representation of that within the Silent Hill universe. There are people who fucking idolize real life murderers and shit. And Jasper is kind of that guy. Okay, Andrew DeSalvo. Andrew DeSalvo, piece of shit. Worked as one of the guards in the water prison. Horrible person, bad fashion, button-up shirt tucked into sweatpants. Definitely wears socks with sandals. Beats the shit out of the kids. Locks them in there, lets them die, lets them rot. Makes them drink water with slugs in it. I hate him. And his ghost is annoying to fight with his fucking Kano Super Ball move. Angela's family tier? You think B tier? I think C tier. I think C tier. Unlike a lot of the sort of villainous characters where they're sort of written in such a way where you like them because of how well they're written, there's not a whole lot that's redeeming about Andrew. He's annoying. He's a terrible person. I understand why Walter wanted to fucking kill him as part of the ritual. Like, not only are you dealing with the cult and specifically a children prison, but then to be such a horrible piece of shit on top of that. Oh yeah. Fuck this guy. And he's the only ghost that you are required to fight and pin in order to get a key from. And he can be very annoying for that, especially if you did not pick up Silver Bullet. Every time I play Silent Hill 4, I always make sure I grab a Silver Bullet specifically for that motherfucker right there. Yeah, and then you can do randomizers and not get a sword or a bullet by the time you deal with him, and it's basically a soft lock. Justified kill on Walter's part, completely understand. Easily the most justifiable out of all of Walter's victims. And that's including, like, Jimmy Stone. Is Jimmy Stone even on this list? I guess his ghost form. Laid out kind of weird. Richard Braintree. So, Richard Braintree. This is one of the characters who is a piece of shit, but his performance and the way the character is written makes him really interesting to me. Love Richard, but to be fair, he did point a gun at a child. He did. He did. I mean, that child was little Walter. Yeah, he's got one of the best reactions to falling off of a building. He falls like 3 stories and then just goes, ouch. Damn it. Like, mildly annoyed. He has the best fashion sense. Just look at the man's necktie. It is a literal work of art. He wears like classic painting as his necktie, which I think was designed by Hiroko Usuda. I think she did the artwork for his tie, because it looks like her style. And she did the environments and stuff for Silent Hill 4, so I wouldn't be surprised. Now, we're talking about all of the things that he does. He's an asshole. You wouldn't want to talk to him. You definitely wouldn't want to be his neighbor. But, like, he also beat the shit out of Mike, who was a stalker, who was stalking Nurse Rachel and giving other people in the building a hard time. He went and beat the shit out of that guy. And for some reason stripped off all of his clothes. Weird guy, such an asshole, but I love his voice performance. I love his character model. I love his fancy ass necktie. I think he's going B tier for me. B for Braintree. Oh, and Ghost. Richard's ghost. Rachel said his ghost is annoying. His ghost is annoying, but his ghost is fucking cool. His ghost is so scary. Teleporting around with the herky-jerky back and forth, like, stop-motion animations. Easily one of the freakiest ghosts in all of Silent Hill 4. It's annoying to fight with, but, like, visually, it's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. So yeah, B tier. B tier Braintree. Yeah, he was killed through electrocution. Death scene was cool. And the fact that that's reflected in the weird movements and everything in his ghost. Cool stuff. He's the guy you love to hate in Silent Hill 4. Also good weapon, and of course you get his revolver. You do get his revolver, and it's a really fucking good revolver. But yeah, I think he's up here. I think he's B tier. Man, maybe A tier. I'm gonna go low A. Mainly for his ghost form. Just being so interesting. Little Walter. A for asshole. Little Walter. Little Walter. This is a weird one, right? I've got Walter up here in S tier. Little Walter, man, I feel bad for this kid. He's so awkward and weird, but it's Walter Sullivan, so of course he would be. He's an orphan, being brainwashed by the cult, being abused by dickheads like Andrew DeSalvo. You really feel bad for this kid. Obviously, we don't know as much of him compared to, like, grown Walter, who I think is just, like, a perfect villain, which is why he's up in S tier. But he's a necessary part of Walter's history to get to that point in his life. And just... he's tragic. He's a victim. Yeah, exactly. All he wanted was his mom. And Dahlia lied to him. The cult lied to him. Yeah, you get his writings. You get his diaries where he's talking about how horrible living at the orphanage was. And even then, he still was, like, trying to make friends, trying to be happy, and still was talking about having to drink water with slugs in it and getting slapped by Andrew. and forced to read 21 Sacraments. Also, kudos to the child actor playing little Walter for being able to say 21 Sacraments in such a, like, clear vocabulary. I would say he's not quite S tier, like grown Walter. But I would put him up here in A tier. Who do we have here? We're getting into our ghosts. So I believe this is Jimmy Stone. Let's see who we have here. Rick Albert, George Roston, William Gregory, Jasper's friends. They just get lumped together as Jasper's friends. I'm trying to remember their names. Toby Archbold and it's Jasper Gein, Toby Archbold. I'm gonna have to pull up victim files. Silent Hill 4. Victim files. Bobby Randolph. So, yeah. Bobby Randolph, Sane Martin, and Jasper Gein. Those were the Silent Hill fanboys. Those were the students. But I think this ghost, this one right here, is supposed to be Jimmy Stone. So Jimmy was a priest of Valtiel. He is the one who was nicknamed the Red Devil, where they kind of retconned the Red Devil meaning from the Silent Hill 2 memo about Walter Sullivan, talking about the Red Devil. In Silent Hill 2 context, it's meant to be foreshadowing to Pyramid Head, but for Silent Hill 4, they reworked it and retconned the Red Devil moniker to be Jimmy Stone here. I mean, he's a priest of the order, priest of the sect of Valtiel. He was a mediator between the sort of different branches of the cult. They were executioners in terms of like cult activity. They were the ones kind of carrying forward the traditional executioner roles from the cult's past. And Walter just shot him in the back of the head and cut his heart out. Iconic intro scene, crawling into the apartment. I think that's like the biggest contribution to the game itself, outside of supplementary materials and victim files, and he's kind of one of the just recurring ghosts, but you see him in that super iconic intro sequence. Also killed Joseph Schreiber. But in terms of the victims, they don't really give him a whole lot in-game. A lot of that information was kind of relocated to the victim files and supplementary materials. I wish there had been more about it in-game. I wish we got more about all the victims in-game. So Jimmy is... he's not as bad as like Andrew DeSalvo. I mean, I guess in some ways I'm going to put him low B tier. Maybe high C tier. No, we're going to go C tier. He's one of those characters we just don't know enough about. We don't know enough about him. Just kind of the basics of his relationship with Walter through the cult and why he would have been a victim in that sense. We need Steve. We can do Jasper's friends really quickly. Bobby Randolph and Saint Martin. So Bobby Randolph and Saint Martin, they're Jasper's friends. Basically everything I said about Jasper applies to them. They are Silent Hill fanboys in the universe of Silent Hill being real. And like they got killed for their curiosity. That's it. That's it. Pure and simple. They wanted to go investigate in some stuff they shouldn't have gotten involved in, and then Walter was there to fucking kill them. They're a little bit less interesting than Jasper, so I'm going to put them in B tier because we just don't get the uniqueness of like their ghosts compared to Jasper's floating and burning and stuttering. But they're interesting. I love the Silent Hill fanboy representation. Hey, Shadow Cloud. All right, Steve Garland. Let's try and get through the rest of the ghosts at least. Steve Garland. Steve Garland was the manager of the pet shop. And Walter not only murdered poor Mr. Garland, but took a submachine gun and shot up the entire pet shop, killed all the animals. Yeah, he's wearing overalls with no shirt. He's got that southern United States in the summer swag going on. He attacks you with a little tiny shovel. Again, one of those characters where we just don't get a whole lot from him. Walter comes in and kills him, takes his heart, carves a number into him, kills all the animals in his shop. But we just don't know a whole lot about him. I'm going to put him in here in C tier with Jimmy. People question the last name. There's no official relation to Lisa Garland. Just like there's no official relation between Alex Shepard and Mary Shepard Sunderland. Like, they reuse some names. It's probably just meant to be like maybe a little bit of a nod, but there's never any kind of implication of relation between the characters, either in game or from developers or anything like that. Rick Albert. Similar to Steve Garland, Rick Albert was the manager of the sports store. I would like to personally blame Rick Albert for golf clubs existing in Silent Hill 4. So just for that, he's going D tier. He's essentially the same as Steve Garland. He was doing his job, working at the sporting goods store. Walter rushed in and just fucking shot him and took his heart because he needed some hearts for his ritual. We don't really know a whole lot of other backstory and elements to these characters, unfortunately. But I'm going to blame this asshole for all the golf clubs that have ruined so many of my Silent Hill 4 randomizers. Clubs worse than dispatching an entire pet shop. I mean, Walter's actions on the pet shop are not relevant to Steve Garland as a character to me. We already know Walter. Walter's up here in S tier. But this guy put a bunch of annoying breakable weapons around Silent Hill 4. They're there because of his store. He's in D tier. We're moving on. George Roston. This was Jimmy Stone's right-hand man. This was another priest of the Valtiel sect of the cult. So, yeah, he worked with Jimmy Stone. Very similar to Jimmy Stone. Even their ghosts look very similar to each other. He is described as being the one... This is, again, going off of supplementary materials. It's not anything that's mentioned in Silent Hill 4 itself. But George Roston is described as being the one who performed the ritual to have Valtiel inserted into Walter Sullivan's subconscious. Like, the sect of Valtiel tries to summon Valtiel and put Valtiel into somebody like Walter to give them power and to give them the ability to perform rituals like the 21 Sacraments and actually have them function, actually have them work. So, more than just brainwashing Walter, more than just making him believe the cult's writings, more than just torturing him in the water prison, this would be the guy responsible for sort of giving Walter power through Valtiel, which allows Walter to do a lot. It's very, very similar to Jimmy Stone, but arguably more important than Jimmy's role, even though Jimmy was a higher ranking member of the cult. I would say George is going to be low B tier. William Gregory. William Gregory was another one of the shop owners in the mall. This was the clock store owner, where you have to go through the inverted clock store as part of Building World 2. You gotta solve the puzzle, put the cat in the cage, put the billiard ball on the table, put the volleyball in the cage, put the candles on the cake, put everything where it's supposed to go so that the door in the upside down clock store will open. So William Gregory was the owner of that store. Very similar to Steve Garland. Yeah, they were just kind of store owners, kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. Walter came in with a broken watch. Unless you skip, yeah, there is Building World skip for speedruns, and then you never see any of that stuff. But it's thanks to William Gregory's note. He's the one who leaves behind the note about putting everything in its proper place. So he has a dream about the basket of volleyballs, the cat in the cage, the birthday cake, the billiard balls, and all of that stuff. He thought his dream was important. He wrote it down, and then you as a player use that note that you find as your clue to put all those things where they're supposed to go to get through William Gregory's shop. So in that regard, like, he's helping Henry progress through that Walter world. So he's a little more important than some of these other victims. So I'm going to put him B tier here with George Roston, low B tier. The twin victims. This one's kind of interesting because we have the rest of the ghost victims sort of represented as who they are, but two of Walter's victims are not represented as ghosts. The only two victims who are not represented as ghosts, Billy and Miriam Locane, who instead of becoming spirits, ghosts like the rest of Walter's victims, they become this creature, this amalgamation of body parts draped in cloth. Such a creepy monster design. This is the creature that makes a lot of fans surprised when they learn Masahiro Ito didn't work on Silent Hill 4. Because this feels like such an Ito creature, and it's not. Ito only worked on 1, 2, and 3. And then more recently, he's worked on like Remake and Short Message. But crazy good monster design. Super good. So creepy. The fact that it'll just stand there, stare at you, point at you, whisper at you, calling you the receiver of wisdom. They used to have, there's unused audio in the data files where they used to have a scream sound effect that was cut from the final release. And again, just sort of tragic. They're little kids. They were little kids that had nothing to do with Walter or anything else that he was doing. He was just collecting 10 hearts for the first part of his ritual, and chopped up Billy and Miriam with an axe. And this creature was formed from their decapitated heads and their separated limbs all sort of combining. So gruesome, just in its imagery and the backstory. Sad little kids who had nothing to do with anything else, who just got brutally fucking murdered by Walter. Twin victims, I'm gonna put in S tier. It's so creepy. So creepy. It's hard to hit that same level of monster design for a lot of Ito's creatures, and the twin victims, I think, does it in what they represent, the backstory of the children, the victims, and the presentation of them as a monster, as a creature. It's one of my favorite things about Silent Hill 4. Period. I love the twin victims. Who do we have here? This is the guy pinned down in the birthday cake room, so I believe that is Eric. I think that's Eric Walsh. Let me look over my notes. Yes, this is Birthday Man. This is Birthday Cake Man. Eric Walsh, he was a bartender. So you actually call his bar from your apartment in order to get through a door, because you have to get a code twice, actually. You have to get a code to get through a door. Eric Walsh was the bartender. He they had the pool table, the billiards table, where you have to go and take the pool ball into the bar and place that. And the billiard ball was like the thing left behind. All the victims left something behind. So he had that. And it was his birthday. The poor guy got murdered on his fucking birthday. He had just heard that the pet shop owner was killed and that the pet shop got shot up. He had just heard that, all this stuff was going on because of that. The owner of the bar closed up early because Walter was still at large. He wasn't captured. So this murderer was still running around. And Eric was like, all right, I'm just going to go home and celebrate my birthday. And he went home, and there was a wonderful table, a big spread of food with a birthday cake. And Instead of finding his loving family waiting for him to celebrate his birthday with, he found Walter Sullivan. And Walter just fucking shot him in the face and took his heart. Poor guy. B tier. B for birthday. B for birthday boy. Who do we have here? Is this Peter? I think that's Peter Walls. I'm going off of like what ghosts we have left. Yeah, that should be Peter Walls, Sharon Blake, and Toby Archbold for our last three ghosts. So Peter Walls was a stoner. This is one of those more interesting things in the supplementary materials that's like not mentioned in Silent Hill 4 itself. There's a lot of story and a lot of characterization, a lot of notes that were put on the Konami website back when Silent Hill 4 released, called Another Red File, Another Red something, and the victim files. All of these extra bits of information about Walter's victims and kind of their history and somewhat how they relate to Walter. And each of these, was it Crimson Tome? Another Crimson Tome, that was it. Another Crimson Tome and Walter's victim files. But the expanded writings for Silent Hill 4 really should have been included in Silent Hill 4 itself. It's one of my big complaints when it comes to Silent Hill 4. Like, all of this stuff, if you're going to take the time to write it down and make all these notes and information about the victims, put them in the game. Put them in the game. Put the memos in the game, Konami. But it was a result of Silent Hill 4 being kind of rushed. And at least they put stuff up on the website. Thankfully, it's been archived by fans, so we can look through all of that. But every single one of Walter's victims left behind like an item and something that represents them. And the thing that was left behind by this ghost, Peter Walls, was a joint. He had the devil's lettuce, the marijuana. And I'm just going to read from the victim file here. Peter was getting high in the alley across from South Ashfield Street. There's a rumor that he bought marijuana from Toby Archbold, the priest. There was an old ladder belonging to the hotel next to the alley. He just climbed up the ladder in front of his friends, and all of a sudden he disappeared. Nobody saw him again until his body was found. The method of murder is described as beaten to death. So, there you go. That's Peter Walls. He was just trying to smoke some weed in an alley and climb up a ladder. And Walter beat him to death and cut out his heart. Poor guy. B tier. Sharon Blake. For these ghosts, again, I'm just going to read the victim file for you. Sharon knew the Silent Hill Church was a fraud. She believed that the church had abducted and was keeping her family. She would often go to the church, but wouldn't be allowed to see them. One day, Sharon decided to go to the wish house that she had heard about in the article about child abuse that had just been published. Again, thank you, Joseph Schreiber, the hero of the story, publishing the truth about Silent Hill and the cult so that other people would know about it. She'd heard about Wish House, went there, worried about her family. She decided to go into the woods where Walter Sullivan drowned her and cut out her heart. So her family had been inducted into the cult. She was just caring about her family, trying to go and check up on them, trying to find them, trying to help them, and going into the woods to investigate, try and get close to Wish House. She ran into Walter, and Walter just killed her, drowned her, took her heart. Poor lady, B tier. And Toby Archbold. So this was the priest of the Holy Mother sect of the cult, who were rivals, essentially, to the Valtiel sect. He was a piece of shit, as most of the higher-ranking cult members were. Again, I'm just going to read off all of the information from his victim files so that you can understand why he's a piece of shit. Occupation, priest of Holy Mother sect. Feature, middle-aged black male. Height, weight, 180 centimeters, 78 kilograms. Hobbies include gambling and sex. Other, likes underage girls. Theme of murder was gloom. Method of murder, pushed off a 100-meter high cliff. Was murdered in the woods in Mexico and left behind an old picture book. So he's an old PDF file. Who was a high-ranking member of the priest, the Holy Mother sect. And the Valtiel sect's influence began to dwindle after its two priests had been killed. Seeing opportunity, Toby Archbold, a priest of the Holy Mother sect, began illegal dealings to increase his own sect's influence. One venture included starting a sightseeing business using the money he made through his shady ventures. So he opened up a sightseeing business in Mexico. After reopening Wish House for orphans, he also is responsible for the Wish House. Toby was elected to city council for his contribution to the city and the people. He was a city councilman. And people were like, yeah, good for you. You opened up that orphanage run by a cult. Also, you're a pedo. Piece of shit. Deserved being pushed off of that 100-meter high cliff. Good job, Walter. He's going in C tier with Andrew. And that's going to be all for today. We still have an absolute ton of characters to get to. So there's going to be several more parts to this tier list. We still have the tenants of South Ashfield Heights to get to next. Walter's parents. Bob. Cop. Detective. And then Origins. And then Homecoming. And then everything else. So that's going to be it for the tier listing today. Thanks for the stream. The stream's not over. The tier list, today's part of the tier list is over. I'm going to take a really short break. I'm going to go grab some water. I'm going to stretch my legs for a little bit. So give me like maybe 15, 20 minutes. And we're going to come back and switch over to Silent Hill 2 Remake Cam Hack. And hopefully finish it up tonight. We're very close to the end. Didn't know there was more after the 3 rows? There's a lot. There's a lot. We still have to get through the rest of the main series. And then, like, Short Message, Book of Memories, the arcade game, Ascension, the movies, the comic books, and the augmented reality game. So there's going to be several more parts to the tier list. But here's where we are now. But yeah, I'm going to take a break. I'll be back, like I said, give me about 15, 20 minutes. And Silent Hill 2 Cam Hack, Silent Hill 2 Remake Cam Hack, Day 30, Part 30 is coming up next. So, back in a bit. Meow, 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 meow. Who's ready to finish up the cam hack? My legs are stretched. My back is stretched. Got a nice tall glass of ice water and a granola bar for dinner. Because I'm trying to watch my figure. Trying to lose some of the weight. So excuse me while I eat. Hey, what's up, Shinta? Tinkerbell, glad you're still here, sticking around. From the tier list video, straight into the cam hack playthrough. The main attraction. Cam hack looper theory. Ready to see if these hills are as silent as they say. Funny enough, clipping out of bounds and looking at a lot of the environments around the town, there are quite a lot of hills, and they're pretty quiet. I'm not going to leave this stream. Rarely catch a stream anymore. I mean, I'm sorry. I'm trying to stream as much as I can. Most days, I've been doing split streams where I'll stream kind of early in the afternoon around 3 or 4 p.m. Eastern. Today was a little different. I got started late. So, let's see. Like a little bit before 6 p.m. Eastern today. We started with the tier list video. We've been doing that for the last 3 hours. A little over 3 hours. And now we're just going to go straight in to Silent Hill 2 Remake. Once I choke down this granola bar. But I'm trying to stream every day. I'm trying at least every weekday, Monday through Friday. I gotta have weekends just to catch up on stuff around the house, spend some time with Rachel. And I'm still working usually. I'm still editing videos. So the weekend is usually also when I do a lot of my editing for the iceberg. That's been my main project. Was the Silent Hill 1 iceberg. Because a lot of people really enjoyed the Silent Hill 2 iceberg. It's my most popular video on YouTube by far. And with Silent Hill 1 remake coming out, a lot of people are going to be wanting to refresh themselves on information and trivia. And a lot of stuff revolving around Silent Hill 1. So it's a long video. A lot of stuff to cover with Silent Hill 1, just like with Silent Hill 2. Twerky. Silent Hill 2 Iceberg video is what got me introduced to your content, honestly. Nice. I mean, it's also just a good introduction to what I do, you know? I'm the well-researched, obsessive Silent Hill fan with a nice voice, especially while I'm smacking my lips and scarfing down granola. But that's kind of my thing. That's sort of what I'm known for. And the Iceberg is a perfect little 2-hour encapsulation of that. A little more digestible than my story playthroughs and stuff like that are very good, in my opinion, and a lot of people enjoy them, but a lot of people don't have the patience to sit and watch, you know, a 12, 13, 14, 15 hour playthrough. Any plans to do a highlight video for the cam hack run? Yes. But it's not going to be anytime soon. I'm going to have my hands full with some other stuff for getting through the rest of July. Once I'm done with the cam hack playthrough, I'm going to start speedrunning again. Well, I'm going to learn to speedrun Silent Hill 2 Remake. That's my next thing that I really want to do. Because that is another layer of game knowledge and understanding that I speedrun every other game in the series. I'm not going to stop with this one. So, I'm going to learn speedruns for Silent Hill 2 Remake, multiple categories, glitched and glitchless and lots of that stuff. So, that's going to be one of my next big things to start tackling after the cam hack is done. And, in like 75 days, we're going to have Silent Hill F. We're like September 25th, technically September 23rd, is right around the corner. And then we're going to have an entirely new Silent Hill game to go through. So I'm going to have my first playthrough of that, cam hack playthrough of that, in-depth story playthrough for that. At some point I want to do a proper in-depth story playthrough for Silent Hill 2 Remake, because I've done my first playthrough. I did a partial story playthrough that I gave up on because of my health issues and kind of being away from it for too long. So I've learned a lot of new stuff over the course of the cam hack playthrough that I want to include in a proper in-depth story playthrough for Silent Hill 2 Remake. So speedruns, in-depth story playthrough for Silent Hill 2 Remake, Silent Hill F, cam hack playthrough for Silent Hill F, Silent Hill 1 Iceberg. Those are like the things taking up all of my time and energy and focus for the next foreseeable future. So cam hack highlight reel is just not a priority yet. It'll eventually happen. But you'll have plenty of time to just watch the VODs before that happens. Being a Resident Evil fan, started late getting into Silent Hill, and the Iceberg video helped a lot to understand everything. Good. That's exactly what I wanted. I wanted it to be something that would help introduce new fans to a lot of the lore and a lot of the story and a lot of just interesting trivia when it comes to these games. And I wanted it to be something that even seasoned veterans who are very familiar with Silent Hill would potentially learn something new, learn some cool new trivia, stuff they might not have known when it comes to the icebergs. So that's kind of the way what I have in mind with them when I work on them and when I make those videos. Same thing, same kind of effort going into Silent Hill 1 Iceberg. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It'll be a good introductory point for people who want to know more about Silent Hill 1 before the remake comes out. It'll be a good refresher for people who are familiar with the game and maybe want to learn about it without going back through the entire game themselves. And even for people who already are very familiar with the game, you'll probably learn some new things, some new trivia and things you might not have known about Silent Hill 1. That's kind of my goal. That's the fun part about doing the icebergs. There's stuff in it that will appeal to Silent Hill fans of all kinds. Are you going to integrate the cam hack into the story playthrough or just share what you've learned? I'm going to integrate the cam hack into the actual in-depth story playthrough. The whole thing is not going to be as meticulous as this playthrough has been. It's not going to be split up into 30 days of looking inside every empty cabinet and drawer. But now that I know where specific things are, certain details are, certain changes in the character models, certain Easter eggs, I'm going to use the cam hack during the in-depth story playthrough to show off those things, on top of all the regular story explanation and everything as we go. So it'll still be a very involved in-depth story playthrough for SH2 Remake, and that'll kind of be the highlight reel for the cam hack as well. But now that I know where to look, what to look at, I'm definitely going to incorporate some of that into the story playthrough itself. Been around here for a long time and still learning new stuff about the old games? That's perfect. I mean, I'm constantly learning new stuff as well. That's why I do these cam hacks. That's why I play the game so much. That's why I still spend a lot of time when I'm not streaming, researching. There's lots of new developer interviews, like almost weekly. There are events and stuff going on, like Anime Expo. We got a lot of new stuff about Silent Hill F that I still want to talk about at some point. There was the Fire and Ice convention where there were Silent Hill 1 voice actors talking about stuff that I want to talk about at some point. So as I learn things, I just like sharing that information. So even for well-researched diehard fans out there, I try to always learn new things about the series and share it in interesting and entertaining ways if I can. It's just, I don't know, something I like doing, something I love. Okay. Got my water. Had my granola bar dinner. Maybe a new news segment for YouTube. I might condense the convention stuff, Anime Expo and Fire and Ice, into an Otherworld update. That's kind of why I did Otherworld update. It's a good format. It's a good short form format when I want to just put together bits and pieces of new information without doing a super long video or a whole stream or like a react type video or anything. So that might just be a future Otherworld update for sure. Okay. Silent Hill 2, the remake, the cam hack. We now have 5 wormy friends. Just make sure they're contained. I don't want to wake up to wormy friends crawling around. They're happily on/in peas or on a wet paper towel. That is not contained. Gonna have to get a terrarium. There's been a containment breach. They're in glass? Okay. The worms are loose. I repeat, the worms are loose. Hey, it happens. When I was a kid, I used to catch snails and keep them in a little aquarium. And they got out. And then we had to try to find all the snails in the house. It's not my favorite game to play. Find where the worms or snails have escaped to. So that's why I'm saying just make sure they're contained. I don't mind having little wormies chilling with us. But I don't want to wake up and be like, oh, they're gone. Where could they have gone? A few may have left the bushel net bag that you didn't see. I mean, hopefully the cats don't get them. And hopefully we don't find them by stepping on them or crawling on us in our sleep. That's all I want. That's what I care about. Simply cam hack in real life to find the worms. Just stick a camera on a selfie stick. All right. Silent Hill 2 Remake. Cam hack playthrough. Day 30. And possibly the finale. I might try to stream a little bit longer tonight if I can, because we're getting pretty close to the end. We left off last time. We were down here. for the sake of having my weapons and my flashlight and everything like that, we got everything out of the shelves and clipped our way down here. I believe we're collecting, the little pieces of the Paimon puzzle. We've already looked around in a lot of these rooms. Nothing works. Order new sheets. Yeah, we looked around in here. Looked at the schedule. Spent a lot of time in here looking at all the food, looking inside all the cans, no canned light bulbs. Francisco Goya painting of bunnies, looked at all that. Opened this up, crawled through here. I think this is where we left off. Starting to explore this little section. Very drippy. Got all pipes and everything rendered up here. Areas up above the grating in the ceiling. Office microwave cooker. Did we ever find the can of light bulbs? No. No, we did not. I'm thinking that the entire reference is just the light bulb that you dip into the red paint. Typically, Bloober Team leaves a reference to the original whenever they change whenever they change up a puzzle or anything like that. They leave an Easter egg or a glimpse of the past. But I'm starting to get the feeling they didn't do that for the canned light bulbs. It's strictly just the light bulb that you dip into the red paint. And you don't even get the satisfying visual. There's no, like, little cutscene of James putting the light bulb in the can. You never physically see the light bulb in the can. You just combine the two things in your inventory, and then it's like, now you have a red bulb. So, kind of a letdown if there is no actual canned light bulb Easter egg or anything. It just seems so weird to me that Bloober Team would go out of their way to, like, keep Easter eggs and references and things like that for every other puzzle that changed between the original and the remake, and then not do something like that for the canned light bulbs. Bunch of bones on the table. Bunch of flat textured bones. They're not even like real 3D models, they're just little textures. Maybe it's in the fog real world hotel. Possibly. We'll be thorough and check around as the hotel changes. Little trash area outside of the hotel here. One of the trash cans should have a copy of HD Collection in it. I mean, they already put the Comic Sans sign on a pile of trash and rubble. So I appreciate that they've already taken their jab at the HD Collection. A bottle of Murdy. See, this is the other place where I thought if they're going to hide a tin can with light bulbs in it, this would be the spot. Green gemstone. No fancy fingers. Because we already have a Silent Hill 3 reference here. This is the It's Bread achievement. So you can see this can be examined. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't give you like the glimpse of the past notification or sound effect. There's nothing you can interact or do with the bread. It's just examinable. So if you examine this, it will unlock an achievement that just says, "It's bread," as a Silent Hill 3 reference. So this is the reference kitchen. So maybe this is where they hid the canned bulbs. Let's start checking everything. A lot of pots and pans, buckets, plastic crates. Boxes, cardboard tubes, plates, dishes, mugs. A lot of these are repeat assets from the apartments, from Brook Haven. I'm not spending too much time kind of analyzing them. Dishwasher. Nothing in that. Yeah, we've got the silverware with the Chiron engravings on it. We've seen that in Brook Haven and a bunch of other places. Floral pattern mugs. Big jar for flour. The It's Bread reference is actually outstanding. That makes me happy. Yeah, that's a nice touch to include a little Silent Hill 3 reference, just as a trophy, as an achievement. All right. Check the prep tables. Come on. Come on, Bloober team. Just some light bulbs. Just some light bulb assets clipped inside one of these cans. Is that so much to ask? Can we expect a scathing 3-hour-long video essay if no canned bulbs? I'm definitely going to drop Silent Hill 2 Remake by 1 tier on my Silent Hill games tier list if they included references to all the Silent Hill 2 original puzzles except for this one. Respect they threw in references to other games just in case this didn't go so well. I mean, they're just trying to make stuff that they like and stuff that they knew fans would like. So there's references to Silent Hill 1, there's references to Silent Hill 3, there's little Easter eggs for Origins, there's little Easter eggs towards Homecoming, there's little Easter eggs towards the Silent Hill movie. They included a lot. They wanted to include a lot of stuff for fans of the series, not just fans of Silent Hill 2. Of course, we got our Monsterizer stand mixer. Seen that in a few places, but I love the appliances like the blenders and stand mixers and vacuum cleaners with creepy names. Oh, there's a lot of canned goods in the fridge. Cheesecake. Polish dumplings. Baked beans, no bulbs. Spaghetti, no bulbs. Roast beef. And it is beef. Not beef, roast beef. No bulbs. No bulbs. No bulbs. See, all these cans stacked up in the fridge. We couldn't have one of them with some light bulbs in it, or even just on the label. Just something, some little reference. Nothing in there. I like how the refrigerator hum, there's just kind of like an ambient humming tone in the background. Very natural for the environment, but still kind of creepy in its own way. Sliced light bulbs in their own juice. Canned light bulbs suspended in syrup. Is that too much to ask for, Bloober? It's just bizarre how many other references they had to all the original puzzles. Not this one. Maybe I'm overestimating how iconic the canned light bulbs were in the original. Like, I always made a big deal about them. I always talked about it during my story playthroughs, but maybe for a lot of fans they were not that significant. They didn't really think about that part too much. It's just like, oh, you just get the bulb so you can put it in the lamp so you can use the key and move on. Maybe it's in another room like the Silent Hill sign. I mean, we've been meticulously going through every single room. This is another room. This is not like where they were in the original. We thoroughly checked the room that they were in the original, the kitchen behind the Venus Tears bar. We looked inside absolutely everything. So now they weren't where they would have been in, in comparison to the OG. So now we are checking every other room, including this one. This was like the most likely candidate in my mind, just because it's another kitchen with a lot of other items, details, and things in it. So I assume if they're not where they're supposed to be, this would be the place where they might have been put. But they're not here. They're not in the lost and found. Maintenance room, there is a maintenance room. They weren't in the maintenance room. Already looked through that. In the air vents. It's also just a lot of reused assets at this point. No, even bulbs aside, there hasn't really been a whole lot more new Easter eggs or interesting details for a little while. Here. It's on one of these notes. Table 5. Porridge ×2. Pork chop ×2. Juice. 500 milliliters. Pie. 2 pieces. Table 9. Borscht. ×4. Baked potatoes ×4. With onion. Beef steak, rare, ×2. Bagel and coffee ×4. Ukrainians written at the bottom of the the ticket. Why does that matter? Well, there's an interesting detail for you. I was just saying we haven't gotten anything like that in a little while. Table 6, herbal tea, potato pancakes, ×2. Croissant, ×2. Table 11, mashed potatoes, ×2. Veal cutlet, ×2. Challah, ×2. Juice, apple, tomato. Mixed? What? Apple tomato juice? Table 1, omelette, grilled veggies, beef steak, well done, 50 milliliters of rum. Omelette, grilled veggies, beef steak, well done, and some rum. Table 8, breakfast menu, ×2, apple juice, hot chocolate. Table 4, Greek salad, rice ×2, broiled fish ×2, Caesar salad, and 2 sundaes. Double sundae. Table 7, fried potato, but then that looks scratched out like they canceled it. 2 times grilled vegetables. Why do you write it out on that one? And then that one is just grilled vegs. Cabbage soup and 50 milliliters of whiskey. Table 2, 4 donuts, 4 lemonades, scrambled eggs, cake, B-Day, Tiffany, 11. Tiffany's 11 years old. Happy birthday, Tiffany. Enjoy your donuts and lemonade and scrambled eggs and cake. Table 3, soup with mushrooms, ×2, whole grain bread, 4 pieces, 2 times white coffee. And the upside down one, table 10, cupcakes ×3, tea, 50 milliliters, Garden salad ×3. And a firm platter. It's very specific. Okay. Some interesting little notes there. Tiffany's birthday. And the Ukrainians at table 9 eating borscht and beefsteak. Their bagels and coffee. Shout outs to my Ukrainian friends. It's too bad my moderator, Captain Blad's, not here to witness the representation. He could tell me how accurate that is for a Ukrainian breakfast. Plates, forks, tea bags, water jugs. This is all right here on the other side of the piano room. Aside from our bread Silent Hill 3 reference, no canned bulbs here either. Such a sadness. But at least there's bread. Vending machine, same as the one that is at Jack's Inn. The Orangizer, POC water, Thunder Taste energy drink, Summer Dew, Orange Punch with kiwi, the Grapist soda, ceiling tiles, Diet Sweet Soda, more Summer Dew, water, Thunder, Orangizer, Grapist. Yeah, same stuff we've seen in some other locations. And that's the elevator where we came down. Time Recorder Company. The Clock Lock. One of few... Well, no, it's 9:10. There's only, I think, 2 clocks in the whole game that we have found that are not 9:10. One of them didn't have hands at all. And then one of them was a different time altogether. And it's actually the one in the hotel lobby behind the help desk. Job and name, in and out, hours, time. Time to punch in, James. Yeah. I've worked in some places that still used punch cards when you're clocking in and clocking out when I was younger. This would normally open back up to the lobby. Seizure warning. Those textures aren't loaded in, they're just going crazy over there. Manager's room, no access. Yeah, this is this one. Manager's little personal area. Bed, bathroom. We got another one of the little Paimon pieces. But we've already thoroughly explored this area. That's pretty much it for this downstairs part. Time to put together the Paimon. There it is. Keypad number memo. And our completed sigil of Paimon. An actual thing from occultism and demonology. Popularized by the movie Hereditary, which Bloober Team have said they were fans of. It's why they include this as like a reference. 7414. I like the way it's burned in there as well. This intricate little puzzle box. These are the types of things that I would love to see, like, recreated. Any fans out there, make a functional Paimon puzzle box. I would want to buy it. Maybe I can 3D print my own. There we go. Videotape and basement key. There is a key. Are we fancy about it? No. Even though there's a key, we've seen this before. If the key is like attached to something else or there's another item that you get at the same time, he's usually not feeling fancy finger about it. Trying to see if there's any sort of discernible labeling or markings or anything like that on the tape. Yep, there it is. See, Super Tape Video Cassette Silent Hill. And I think we get a better chance to look at it once we put it into our inventory. Yeah, it separates the tape out from the key. Let's see, nothing marked for the recording time or the date. Just Super Tape Cassette, Video Cassette, Silent Hill. Actually just the Silent Hill movie, the first one on VHS. James recorded it when it played on TV, on cable. This is his bootleg VHS copy of the first Silent Hill movie. He's a big Sean Bean fan. Recorded over his marriage tape, yeah. The wedding day tape, it's getting sacrificed. Got a tape over it. And we get a staticky TV. No Morse code clicking the way there is with some of the other static TVs. Just a looping sound, repeating visual texture. Just want to take my time and look at these kind of things. They've hidden messages in other staticky TVs and very subtle things like that, so always worth taking a little bit of a look. See if there's anything interesting, noticeable. Is James excited for the Silent Hill 2 movie that's being made? Think he'll bootleg that one too? Like many of us, James probably gave up after Silent Hill Revelations. Oh yeah, before we use this, let's take out the basement key by itself. And now the finger is fancy. Not fancy when he's got the tape and the key at the same time. Not fancy with just the tape. The key by itself. This calls for fancy fingers. Are they still going with the Jacob Crane gimmick in the Silent Hill 2 movie? I don't know. The movie's finally coming out in January. So we will find out. Is it wireless TV? Yeah, tube TVs, big tube TVs like this wouldn't have been wireless in reality back in the day. This one mysteriously is. There were little, like, portable TVs back then. I used to have a little black and white like a camping TV that was battery powered. It was like 6D batteries, and you'd have this little TV. It was super heavy because of the batteries and everything, and just being a tube TV, but it was small enough that you could bring it along for like camping and stuff. But a big, like, normal sized TV like this realistically would have a power plug. But hey, it's Silent Hill. Stuff's weird and not logical and not making sense. I'm okay with our spooky wireless TV. Alright, now let's use our basement key. Bags of cement, mop and bucket. Lamp with no bulb. Just a bunch of lampshades stacked up. All the spares. Even more cement. Wheelbarrow, trash bags. Maybe the joke is there are no light bulbs on account of the lack of canned light bulbs. No, we've seen light bulbs in other lamps and fixtures. There was one in the exit sign. You clip into the exit sign. There's one right there. We've already clipped around and looked in here, which is why that Mandarin's already dead. Here's another stack of lampshades. Boots, buckets. Boots, buckets, and barrels. Different style of lamp. 3 like candle holders. Genuinely think Bloober wasn't aware the bulbs being in a can is strange. They should have known. They would have known. I think they just reworked the puzzle so that the light bulb that you have to dip into the paint is supposed to be the whole thing. It's the whole reference. They didn't think there would be weirdo, obsessive fans like me that wanted to see a tin can with some light bulbs in it this badly. All 5% of the fan base that cared. I'd say 5% is probably being pretty generous. So many people who played Silent Hill 2 Remake aren't even familiar with the original. They never played the original Silent Hill 2. Like, there's a ton of new Silent Hill fans that this is the only Silent Hill game they've played. And for a lot of the old fans, your average Silent Hill 2 fan who hasn't played the game in like 15 years probably played this and enjoyed it and just didn't even really notice. Didn't care that much. We're a pretty small subset of fans that are going to pick up on a lot of these very specific, particular details. Drown our sorrows in straight bourbon whiskey, snakebite whiskey. And Vinditable Rosé. But yeah, we've already looked around this room. Looked around everything in here pretty thoroughly. This was when we clipped behind the Venus Tears bar, looking for the light bulbs. The first day reaching the hotel. Commend the remake for that. It's the best thing we could have hoped for. Best thing we could hope for with this franchise. It's clearly done its part, since another remake is on the way. Hey, this one sold decently. Like, it is Silent Hill 2 Remake is the best-selling Silent Hill game now. It finally broke the record previously held by Silent Hill 1, which is something else that a lot of fans maybe don't realize. Silent Hill 2 is considered sort of the cult favorite, the fan favorite. But that was not reflected in terms of sales numbers. Silent Hill 1 was previously the best-selling Silent Hill game. And every Silent Hill game since Silent Hill 1 sold worse than the previous one. So 2 sold well, but not as much as 1. 3 sold decently, but not as much as 2. And so on and so forth throughout the franchise. Hey MacGyver, I do have a YouTube channel. I have 2 of them. Just search for Nub Zombie on YouTube. You should be able to find me. It's just the same name. Nub Zombie, all one word, on YouTube. And then a link to my secondary channel is there on that channel, on the main channel. If you just scroll down to the bottom of the homepage of my main YouTube channel, you'll see a link to the Nub Zombie Archive channel, which is where I put all of the unedited, raw stream archives. Sean Bean cigarettes, stack of newspapers, we've seen those. Silent Hill 2, artistically acclaimed and recognized by the audience, but as a whole, not considered a major game. Story outshined the game in a major way. It was also just not well received on launch. It's very lauded and appreciated now, and was sort of after the fact. But keep in mind, especially Japanese sales for Silent Hill 2 were not met with the best of reception, because a lot of people who played Silent Hill 1 played Silent Hill 2 and they were like, what is this? Why is this completely unrelated? The town doesn't look the same. Where's Harry Mason? Where's Alessa? Where's the cult? I wanted Harry Mason. I wanted cult. I wanted Alessa. I wanted to see familiar areas. And instead, you got this completely different experience. And a lot of fans were put off by that when Silent Hill 2 first came out. Over time, people started to understand the deeper meanings and themes, subtext, and the game got a lot of praise and a big fan following because of that. But that wasn't really reflected on its initial release. Look, I'm driving. Got our pump valve. Bulbs yet? There's a bulb. The bulb for you, Rushmore. No canned bulbs, though. I think the dream is dead. Unless they're in one of these cans right here. Pretty much looked inside every can in this fucking hotel. Yeah. Nah. It's just the red paint. It's just the can of red paint. For painting that one bulb red. That's the whole reference, and they didn't even keep in a little Easter egg to reference the original. I don't get it. When they went out of their way to include those references for every other puzzle that changed. Like, here's the old coin puzzle broken in a room. Here's scrapes on the wall where the old clock puzzle was. Here's the horseshoe and the melted wax doll. Like, all this other stuff that they went out of their way to reference. And then they didn't follow through with the canned light bulb puzzle. I like the rolls of the wallpaper and stuff, though. Maybe Other Side Hotel? That's what some other people have suggested. We're still in the Otherworld Hotel. Remember, the hotel works differently. It's backwards. You're in the Otherworld version first. The nice, normal-looking hotel is the Otherworld version. That's not what the hotel looks like in reality. The hotel in reality is partially burned down and water damaged. So that's the real version of the hotel. That we eventually see. So once we get to the real hotel and everything is burned and damaged, we might find it. But yeah, I'm starting to think they just didn't include it. They thought that just the can of paint that you dip a light bulb into would be enough of a reference. But we've got plenty of Peterson kerosene and all-purpose Ultra Lube. Oh yeah, and the old boy hammer. Have another old boy hammer. Reference to the Korean movie Old Boy. Carved into big ass hammer. We've seen several of those around. I think the first one we found was in Brook Haven. A few others here in the hotel. Some cool little Easter eggs. But not as cool as canned light bulbs. Yeah, here's one right here on the table. Their old boy hammer. With the fingerprints and stuff around the handle. Great movie. You should watch Old Boy if you never have. Make sure to watch the original, I think it's 2003. Not the remake. Loops back around this way. Hallway fight scene's probably the best shot fight scene in cinema history. And don't say that lightly. Oh yeah, it's up there. There's some amazing fight scenes, amazing choreography, and just some really cinematic shots. It's a great movie. Great movie. There's the Venus bar key. Insurance prices, small changes, same newspaper. Pressure valve. Repeated book assets, medical dictionary. Stuff from Brook Haven, actually. Yeah, the medical dictionary, files. Pens and pencil arranged in the shape of an arrow. Seen that as far back as Woodside Apartments. Nothing hiding in the drawers. Wrenches, old boy hammers. Just kind of seemed like a weird painting. Try and see if there was anything behind that texture. Low poly boiler. It's funny, going through and looking at a lot of these assets, I didn't realize how many weirdly low poly things there were in a lot of parts of the environments. Right next to stuff that's like super highly detailed. And then you'll have something really big and obvious that's like weirdly low poly. At some point, I want to do kind of a follow-up cam hack thing where we take a look at the unpatched version of this game. Because when this game came out, there was a lot of issues with stuttering and performance problems that Bloober Team tried to fix with a few patches. And I'm wondering if those patches just lowered the poly count and texture resolution for a lot of these things to try to help performance. Because, like, look at this. Look how bad these look compared to a lot of the other assets. And I can't help but wonder if they just turned down a lot of these poly counts and texture resolution files and things to try to help performance in a few spaces. Plot twist, the bulbs are in the unpatched version. It's possible. Maybe they patched out the bulb reference. It's wishful thinking and very not likely, but always possible. All right. Let's get our key. Start feeling fancy. So this, by the way, this is the kitchen that we checked first. Because in the original, this is where the canned light bulbs were. So once I got to the hotel, this was like the first place we checked. It's the kitchen behind the Venus Tears bar. So they would have been in a tin can on top of one of these tables. And no, surely they've appeared just now? Yeah, they didn't. The assets in here are the same. Nothing new. The only tin cans are the baked beans over here. Cans of spaghetti in this box. We looked inside every single one of them. Hey, how's it going, Sasam? Stream's going well. We were doing some Silent Hill character tier listing earlier. Tonight, I think we're going to finish up the cam hack playthrough. Better leave. $25. Part of the strange photos, which have a hidden message. Collect all of them and solve the puzzle. Which spells out, "You've been here for 2 decades." A little nod for the fans. The time discrepancy between the original and the remake. All of us fans who've been here in Silent Hill, playing these games over and over and discussing them. As well as a little nod towards the original Silent Hill 2 loop theory, which originates from the first game, from Silent Hill 2 original, rather. Back before we had developer commentary to set us straight, inform us of James's subconscious and the character's subconscious projecting onto reality around them, changing their perception. A lot of fans were trying to find explanations for why you find so many dead Jameses around town. And that's where the original loop theory came from. All the way back in 2001. It's not anything new or invented by the remake, the way a lot of new fans seem to think. The idea of Silent Hill being a type of purgatory that doesn't let you go. But a lot of that, like I said, has been disproven through supplementary materials, through developer commentary. But it was still a popular theory back then. It's a popular theory now. And Bloober Team did an interview where a few of their developers talked about how they were specifically tasked with delving through all the old internet forums and finding a bunch of old fan theories, even ones that they themselves did not agree with or believe in, and trying to include references to as many of them as possible in the remake, because they wanted fans to recognize and appreciate that they were aware of those fan theories. Yeah, Red Velvet, reference to Blue Velvet, Leonidas, historical leader of the Spartans, or a 300 reference. Not sure why exactly that's here. Maybe someone on Bloober Team just is a history buff or likes the movie 300. Keswick Pride, which is where Derwentwater is located. That's the original photograph of Toluca Lake from Silent Hill 2 OG. When you're looking at Toluca Lake from the intro of the game, from the observation deck, that's not a painted image. That's a photograph of a real lake called Derwentwater, which is located in Keswick, England. Jacob's Lager, reference to Jacob's Ladder, very influential film by Adrian Lyne that inspired a lot of aspects of Silent Hill 2. Ale Peaks, reference to Twin Peaks, very influential work by David Lynch when it comes to the Silent Hill series. And of course, Toluca Light, just a reference, nice, simple, easy reference for Toluca Lake. There's our little mermaid figure. Part of the new music box puzzle. Not feeling fancy about it. Hope you put Wheeler top tier. I mean, we haven't gotten to Homecoming in that list yet. There's like 330 something characters in the tier list that I'm working through. So we've done a part 1 and a part 2. And we're almost through the Silent Hill 4 characters now. We still have a long way to go, because it has some very obscure characters and things on it. It's also missing a lot of characters that should have been included. There's no Norman Reedus and Lisa from PT or anything like that. So it's kind of a weird list. It's got a lot of really obscure ones, but it's also got what should have been obvious ones kind of missing. Music Machine 2000, same jukebox in Neely's Bar. Same artwork. The back of it. And they got Coffin Lord. One of the vinyl records that we saw in the music store, I Love Groovy Music. Outlaw Star. Great anime. Highly recommend it if you like space action classic anime. Afraid of Whispers, Dream Tomorrow, Wind of Fire, Budapest, and Call Me. Yeah, we looked at all the vinyl records and stuff that they have throughout the game. Most of them are in Groovy Music store. Can imagine Silent Hill 4 is a hassle because so many background person who lives in 101 sentence long characters. Yep. That's what we're getting to next time when we get around to recording part 3. Because we got through the main characters and we got through Walter's victims. And that's where we left off. Nature's Spirit. Keswick brand. We got another Keswick Pride reference. Along with what I assume is also a photo from Derwentwater in Keswick, England. If you like cold beer, you will love Keswick. I've had a lot of people who are from there or nearby there correct me a million times that it's Keswick and not Keswick. Which is why I'm pronouncing it that way in case you're wondering. Flower pattern in the bottom of the ashtray. Big Fish Bonanza. This month you could be the Toluca King. Attend the bait workshop hosted by last month's winner for big bites and even bigger prizes. Do you have what it takes to land the Toluca monster? They look like monsters to you? I wonder who this cool guy is. Women want him and fish fear him. Picture of a fish. Trophies, medals. All the little fishing lures. For some reason, you can examine these. I don't know why. You can look at them, and it just gives you like a camera angle. Can't move them or interact with them. Break the glass. You can't grab them. They weren't like super significant in the original Silent Hill 2. You could examine them. So if you went all the way back, because when you go through this area in Silent Hill 2 OG, all your stuff is supposed to be on the shelf, including your flashlight. And if you don't have your flashlight, there's a lot of stuff that James will not interact with or comment on. But if you go all the way back upstairs and get all your stuff from the employee elevator room, get everything off the shelf, come back down here with your flashlight, you can examine a similar display of lures. And James makes a little comment about how they used to have fishing tournaments, but he was never very good, or how there was fishing on Toluca Lake, but he says he was never very good at it, so he never did it. That's the whole thing. You get a little insight into James's character. He was a bad fisherman and didn't bother fishing while he was in Silent Hill for vacation. But aside from that little bit of dialogue from the OG, I don't know why these are examinable here. Maybe they originally had some dialogue for James, similar to that when you look at these, that they decided to cut or forgot to record or something. In all seriousness, could just play into his fixation on water. Possibly. There's a lot of thematic water elements to James and his perception of the other world. his relation to Toluca Lake, the in-water ending. But the fishing lures seem much more specific. Like, you can't examine the leaky aquarium, the much more obvious, like, water thematic thing in this room. But you can examine the fishing lures. It just seems weird. James is a sopping, wet, sad boy. It's the original. The original sad, wet man. Which is how the Ascension, Silent Hill Ascension developers described Toby. As being a sad, wet man. Well, we've got our VHS tape, and we've got all the things for the music box. Hotel is still minor damage, but it hasn't shifted and changed just yet. I do want to make a save here. And I'm trying to experiment with some of these sequence break things and get some ideas on like when certain things trigger and activate other things. So, for example, we can go up to the 3rd floor. And I'm curious if where we're at now, having the VHS tape in our inventory, is enough to let this cutscene trigger, the UFO ending trigger, and we'll see if the dog ending can trigger. Because I've already clipped up here and tried to see if those things would work even before going and doing all the stuff we just did. And you can get into these rooms and still kind of get the prompts for like the UFO ending. Like you hear the sound cue that you're supposed to use your blue gem, but it doesn't actually work when you take it out. So now that we've progressed a little bit more, have the VHS in our inventory, I want to see if this stuff will work. There's the sound cue that tells you to use the blue gem. Still does not activate. Still does not trigger the UFO ending. So the game is looking for something else. There's some other event trigger that needs to have happened. It might be the music box itself. So we'll find out, because that'll be the next thing to try. I assume we can probably use the VHS right now. But before that, let me try dog ending. Last time we tried this, the room opens up. You can explore the control room, but it doesn't actually trigger the ending. Oh! But it skips right to the credits? Huh. That's bizarre. We don't actually get the cutscene, but the credit trigger is there now. So, having the VHS tape, doing the stuff in the basement level, is apparently the event trigger for the credits, but not the actual dog ending cutscene. We even get the results screen. That's weird. Okay, so let's reload. Let's go 3rd floor again. Could be interesting for speedrunners. I mean, it's interesting just kind of seeing the way the game works in general. How these event triggers and things are set up, what the game is looking for in a particular sequence. It might not always necessarily be something that will benefit speedruns, but it could. Having that sort of information could potentially help when future skips or clips or things may be discovered. So let me try doing this again. Again, we're skipping the music box. We're going out of sequence. Oh, and now UFO works. After reloading. Okay, well, enjoy the UFO ending. I just wanted to let that song fully play. It's so weird that they moved that song to the UFO ending of all things. Because that song, Angels Thanatos, used to play after the Maria ending in the original. But then we also do get this. Boop, 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 boop. We still have a lot to look at, Seska. We're doing a little bit of sequence breaking and looking at some extra endings early. Okay. So that was weird. So we were able to reload, go back to the room, and trigger the UFO ending this time. Let's try the dog ending again and see if that works the same way after loading a save. Which, presumably, it will. No. What the hell? So, we did this before, and it triggered the dog ending credits, but it skipped the dog ending cutscene. Now we tried it again, and it just gives us the explorable control room with no Mira and no cutscene trigger. What? Wait, I probably have to go into 312 first. I probably have to go into 312 first and maybe even watch the VHS and then go dog room. Because that was the order of things in the original. Flop. So we go 312. We do not use the thing. Videotape. We're gonna get here normally. Oh, does it not even give me the option to skip? This cutscene's too important to skip, apparently. Well, I guess we'll watch this.
また撮ってるの？やだ。はあ、何もないけどいいところよね。落ち着ける。これ知ってる？この辺りは神聖な場所だったんだって。わかる気がする。もっと痛かったな。だからいつかまた来よう。
ああ、ここにいたんだ。メアリーはどこ？ねえ、何か言って。
メアリーには会えない。死んだんだ。
嘘でしょ。
いや、本当だ。
病気で死んじゃったの？
私が殺した。
バカ、なんでそんなことしたの？人殺し。返して、メアリーを返してよ。邪魔だったの？メアリーが嫌いだったの？ジェームスのバカ！バカバカバカ！ジェームスのバカ！メアリーはずっと待ってたのに。なんで？なんで？
ごめん。メアリーはここにはいない。メアリー。
ジェームス、どこにいるの？待ってる。ずっと待ってる。お願い、こっちに来て。私が来て。お願いだから。
でも、どこにいる？
Such a good performance in those scenes. Even with the Japanese dialogue, like a lot of people maybe not have maybe not heard the Japanese variation yet. At what point does the delusion dissolve for Laura? Immediately? Is she running through the burnt down hotel room? We don't know. We never really get to see things from Laura's perspective. Like, clearly she is in some variation of delusion as well. She doesn't see monsters, which has been confirmed by developers like Masahiro Ito. Don't forget to recycle. But she's still in, like, not reality either. She's not just in the normal town. Because she's running around the hotel as though it's fine. But don't know. We don't know what it looks like to her, when it changes, if it changes. All right, we're going to be back up here in a moment. So I mainly just want to check and see. Oh, observation room. Observation room is part of the Delusion Hotel. It doesn't even exist here after you watch the tape. So that can't be it. Sorry, we're testing things right now, and that was not the correct save. This one. We're just testing some stuff. So we got the UFO ending to trigger. We got the dog ending credits to trigger. But for some reason, not the dog ending cutscene. Try again. That's so weird. Last time we got the dog credits, we did this first, and then came in here. Came over here and used the key. Let's see if that can be replicated. Losing where I am, trying to flip through. Here, there, there. Last time we came in here, tried to use the blue gem. Blue gem didn't work the first time. It worked the second time. And then came over here, tried the dog key, and it just skipped straight to the credits. Spitballing because casually never had this issue. Is the door not unlocked that gives access because you're just teleporting up? I mean, that's literally the whole thing we're testing right now, Nicholas. I've been testing each sequence of events, like when I very first got to the hotel, just teleport straight up here, try the dog key. Doesn't work, like lets you go into the room, but doesn't trigger the cutscene. Tried to teleport up here, teleport right into this room. As soon as we got to the hotel, tried to use the blue gem, didn't give you the UFO ending. So every step of the way, like, all right, let's try it after the Mandarin fight. Let's try it after this. Let's try it after that. I've been trying it each step of the way to see what the event trigger is that allows these cutscenes to happen. So the biggest event trigger that we just did in this stream was getting the videotape, going through, doing the basement, opening the safe, getting the VHS tape. But we have not done the music box. But clearly we were able to get the UFO ending. I don't know, you may have just gotten here and didn't see that. But for some reason I was able to trigger the UFO ending after loading a save. And I was able to trigger the dog ending credits. It skips straight to the credit roll with the dog ending music, but not the actual dog ending cutscene. So I don't think it's the door padlock. I think there's just something weird going on when you sequence break this, where like sometimes it'll trigger and sometimes it won't. So I'm just testing things. Don't worry about it. Let's try touching this door. It's just a physical trigger. It is.
Eh? またお前の仕業だったのか。
Okay, that answers my question. In the Japanese dub, I was wondering if they have the Japanese actor speak Polish, and he doesn't. He just speaks Japanese like normal. Because if you... Here. I'll show you for comparison. Yeah, if you're in English, it's in Polish. If you're playing in the English dub, they have Luke Roberts speaking in Polish. In the original Silent Hill 2, it's Guy Seehee, who is normally an American English-speaking actor, who suddenly starts speaking Japanese. There is no Japanese dub of the original Silent Hill 2. That game is only in English. So the only time you hear Japanese is the dog ending, when they have the American actors speaking Japanese for the original Silent Hill 2 dog ending. I was curious what they do with the Japanese dub in this game, because the English one has the English-speaking actor speak in Polish. Japanese just stays in Japanese. That's kind of weird. Okay, but I think we have it figured out. I think physically touching the door is the trigger, now that we have the VHS tape. Whoops, this isn't what I wanted to do. Go to the main menu. Go to settings. I'll show everyone the English version with Luke Roberts speaking Polish. that'll also give me the opportunity to test my theory here. So, touch the locked door. Then dog key.
Fuck ass shit.
Nie. To nie może być prawda.
So there you go. There's your comparison. Japanese dub stays in Japanese. English dub has Luke Roberts speaking Polish. But there we go. So we figured out a little bit of how those events work. I'm going to switch back to Japanese, just because. Seen a couple of endings now. UFO ending, dog ending. Let's watch UFO and dog ending one more time each. And then we're going to progress normally. Which is basically just doing the music box and then doing this. But there's one more thing I want to do. There's one more thing I want to check. Check this. Check this. We zoom the camera way out so that we can get a different perspective. Then we use the dog key. Look at that.
Eh? またお前の仕業だったのか。
Okay. Fun seeing how the scene is constructed. With Mira clipping into the chair and not really being animated as walking up to James, just sort of sliding in. Okay, same thing with the UFO ending. I'm gonna pull it up one more time, but with the camera zoomed out to give a different perspective, if that even works for the UFO ending, because those could just be static images, not 3D rendered with like the camera. So I don't know, we could see some weird stuff here. It might be very weird looking, or it might be basically the same depending on how this scene is set up. Zoom it out. And blue gem. Oh my god. The scenes are playing in the environment on a little monitor. The static scenes are not just full screen static images. It's the camera zoomed in on a little monitor that's just out here on the balcony. I have to say that's not what I was expecting. That's so funny that it's just playing through it on a little screen on the balcony instead of rendering like a new also different music. Different credit music compared to when we triggered UFO the first time. So there's like random credit music for UFO ending? Huh. Hey, Zucchina. Showed up in time for the credits. Heck yeah, let's go. Oh, that's like the 6th time we've looked at credits. We're not done. We're not done. I'm sequence breaking and testing stuff. We still have a lot to look at. We're not even close. So yeah, now we're going to do things more normal. So solve the music box. Snow White. Cinderella. Little Merm. This perspective makes it look a bit weird. Oops. Besides the Silent Hill Ranch sign, what were your favorite Easter eggs you discovered? Other than the Silent Hill Ranch sign, the Silent Hill 1 movie references, Shoot and Crusher Dan VHS copies. There's a movie theater in Silent Hill 1 that plays, or it doesn't play, but there's posters for movies called Shoot and Crusher Dan that use the posters of Raiders of the Lost Ark and Die Hard 2. It's a pretty deep cut Easter egg. So I really liked that they included VHS copies of Shoot and Crusher Dan hidden in the environment in a couple of places. They're in the house where you pick up the wooden plank the first time, and they're also in one of the nurse offices in Brook Haven. So I really like that reference just because it's such an obscure Silent Hill 1 reference. I love that they included VHS copies of Shoot and Crusher Dan. And then Eddie's ice cream bucket. The nutritional facts that are printed on the side of the giant ice cream bucket that Eddie's eating in the theater says daily nutritional value for a gutless fatso. And it has references to like gutless fatso on it. And the nutritional facts says like super fat and hyper fat and like all these different types of fat that are not real things. So all referencing Eddie's size and him being a gutless fatso, the Laura line. That's a bit awkward. Can't see all the keys from that perspective. Reset. Oh, that's right. That one's just one. A fancy finger for the music box. That's a good... I think that's the best thing I could do here. In the original Silent Hill 2, I always do a music box dance with James during this part. But because of the controls and the movement in the remake, you don't really have the same kind of dance moves. Can't really make that work the same way. I think I like wiggling the key. Oh. Oh. Why? Why? Clone James didn't inherit the moves. Yeah, apparently. Although, let's take a look at this now that it's sitting here and it's working, rotating. Pretty cool. See the actual figurines still each inside the little compartments they go into. They don't just like vanish. Did it say something? Trademark? We looked at this last time. This is an actual thing. It is Polyphone. So it is trademarked Polyphone. That is a real-life brand of music box. Like this exact same type of music box, upright music box. But yeah, trademark, Polyphone. So, sorry if it seems like I'm not paying attention to details on it. It's because it's stuff that we looked at in previous parts of this playthrough. You'll have to go watch part 28 or part 29 or something if you missed it. Okay, now we've got our third floor key. No new damage to the hotel. That doesn't really start until after we get into the hotel room and watch the tape. Which section of the game do you think the remake did best? Abstract Daddy. Abstract Daddy. That entire sequence and fight. They turned up the creepiness and the gross aspect of it to 11. It's so disturbing. They kept everything very close to the original thematically, but they took it from being one little room into like an entire floor of the labyrinth. Like this huge set piece with all of this disturbing imagery, everything sort of happening very gradually, where it starts off very normal looking version of Angela's home, and then it starts breaking away and revealing the fleshy walls and the machinery and everything else behind it. Oh, so good. So well done. Very creepy, very disturbing. Took the themes and imagery from the original and expanded on them in a way that still felt within the thematic and artistic vision of the original. Just making it way creepier. Super, super well done part of the game. All right, let's zoom this camera way out and take a look at the VHS cutscene and see if this is a different perspective. Maybe James is we'll see the zoomed out Mary on the TV, or maybe it's playing out on the balcony like the UFO ending. God, that was so funny, so weird. Hey, Flatline Connoisseur. Welcome. Love the Silent Hill vids on YouTube. Just found you on Twitch. Appreciate you. Thank you for enjoying what I do and being here for the live stream and being part of a future YouTube video. Glad you enjoy. All right, let's watch this videotape yet again, but now with a little different camera perspective.
また撮ってるの？やだ。何もないけどいいところよね。落ち着ける。これ知ってる？この辺りは神聖な場所だったんだって。わかる気がする。もっと痛かったな。だからいつかまた来よう。
ああ、ここにいたんだ。メアリーはどこ？ねえ、何か言って。
メアリーには会えない。死んだんだ。
嘘でしょ。
いや、本当だ。
病気で死んじゃったの？
私が殺した。
バカ、なんでそんなことしたの？人殺し。返して、メアリーを返してよ。邪魔だったの？メアリーが嫌いだったの？ジェームスのバカ！バカバカバカ！ジェームスのバカ！メアリーはずっと待ってたのに。なんで？なんで？
ごめん。メアリーはここにはいない。メアリー。 でもどこにいる？
もうすぐよ。お願い、ここまで来て。一人にしないで、ジェームス。ジェームス。
Well, it did play the video on the TV. That was a little bit funny looking. The outside textures got weird for a second too. Yeah, the perspective and stuff gets off. Like it's not quite lined up with everything else. It's funny seeing James and Laura's hands, like, because they knew these were going to be really tight, close shots for the camera, that they didn't need to animate the hands and take the time to like animate those parts of the characters that were not going to be seen typically. So they're just standing there very stiff, their fingers cramped. Yeah, Roxy, a lot of cramped fingers in this scene. A little bit funny seeing the video playing on the screen of the TV like off center and in the wrong aspect ratio. Shouldn't it be 4:3? And instead it was like widescreen, because, you know, normally it's zoomed in and most people are playing it on a modern widescreen monitor. Also the variation in the Japanese dub, for anybody who hadn't heard the Japanese version of this game yet, Laura is not saying I hate you. She's saying baka baka baka, James no baka. She's just calling him an idiot over and over. Idiot, idiot, idiot. James, you're an idiot. Is there a list of all the places we hear Mary's gasps? I'm sure fans have probably compiled that somewhere already. You hear it in Saul Street Apartments. You hear it in the walkway on the way to Rosewater Park from Blue Creek Apartments. You hear it in one of the Brook Haven hallways. You hear it in the tunnel going after Laura before the Mandarins. I'm sure I'm forgetting some. But then you hear it as part of the VHS tape there. Where it has been originating from the entire time. James subconsciously recalling Mary's final breath. Or I guess not her final breath, but the breath where she realized James was smothering her. Sticking out in his subconscious, replaying during different critical moments of the game. Let's see. Ooh, I wanted to look at the outside. Lighting. Oh. Game. Crash? Nope. Whee! Whoop. There's a save point. We can use that as a point of reference. In fact, let's go ahead and save it while I'm messing around. Potentially break the game. So, Venus Tears Bar. Let's see if there's canned light bulbs here. Now that it's the other world, or the real version. We're no longer in the Otherworld hotel. The Otherworld hotel is the nice hotel. That's not really how the hotel looks. This is how the hotel actually is. But I'm not seeing any new tin cans. Not hiding underwater. The flood water is from the firemen putting out the fire. Combination of that, possibly sprinkler systems. But yeah, basically the efforts to put out the fire also left the place flooded and water damaged, on top of everything else that had been burned. Yeah, still no canned light bulbs in here. Unplayable. Unacceptable. And the fishing lures are gone. Whoa. Okay. Can't do that. So that part of the hotel just doesn't even have a floor. Even if you try to go out of bounds, they make this part work in a fairly linear fashion. Okay, we've got the elevator. This just to load in the next part of the floor. Love the sound effects. Everything during this part, all the squishy flooring, footsteps. These old, soaked, moldy carpets. Yeah, nothing gonna be rendered in here. We can even see fire extinguishers and fire hoses. Still unrolled. Yeah, there's the emergency fire hose and alarm. Someone broke it open. So you can actually see remnants of the firefighting that was done when everything caught fire. Everything they tried to do to contain the fire. But this place is wrecked. Last little message from the Brook Haven Hospital director. Not as good. Not as good as the OG flashback to James talking with Mary's doctor. That's kind of what they're going for here. Just in a little creepier, more ambiguous way, but... I don't know. I still think they went a little bit overboard with some of the hospital director stuff. Definitely given way to a lot of really out there fan theories. But hey, if people are having fun theorizing over stuff like that, then have fun. But I feel like seeing something like that and being like, oh, it's the same actor. And it's the same way in Japanese and in English. In English, it's Luke Roberts. In Japanese, it's the Japanese voice actor for James, who voices those memos from the Brook Haven director. But I don't think you're supposed to interpret that as James is literally that person, or vice versa, the way a lot of fans tend to. I think it's just supposed to be more indication of James's subconscious being projected into his environment. The notes that he finds, the messages that he gets. It's a way for the town to allow him to speak with his own subconscious. Confront all of these thoughts and ideas that he's had with Mary, with her treatment, with himself. We've even got a charred mannequin laying over here. Some different textures for a lot of these assets that we've seen before, now that they have the like heat damage and everything else on them. I love the way they made the plastic and everything like bubbled up and cracked. It's not just like burned and charred. It's actually like bubbled the way a lot of plastics and stuff would be. Want some good screen caps of James. Although he's being a little bit silly with his foot. Much of this floor can we actually look at and explore? Oh. We can teleport up here. Music changes. Definitely not supposed to be here. Nothing else rendered. Good chance I just go falling through the floor. Good music track. although it always makes me sad that it just reminds me that the flashback audio of James talking with Mary's doctor is not in the remake. Because I always think of that scene, that dialogue, whenever I hear that music track. You're a doctor. It's your job to heal people. Dr. Walter Sullivan. In the original Silent Hill 2, that audio scene, Mary's doctor is voiced by Dennis Fault, who is also the voice of Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 4. So, once you know that, and you go back and play the OG Silent Hill 2, it just sounds like Dr. Walter Sullivan. All we get about Walter here officially is the newspaper article at Woodside. I mean, that's the same as it is in the OG. All the references to Walter that are in the original are here in the remake. You get the newspaper about his murders. You get the reference in the elevator game show, although it's a little different the way it's worded for the remake. It's a slightly different question, but it still mentions Walter's murders. And you get Walter's tombstone in the graveyard area at the end of the labyrinth. Same as the OG. We just don't get Walter's voice actor as Mary's doctor. What I love about Silent Hill 4 is how it ties both Silent Hill 2 and 1 through 3 together. Definitely my second favorite in the franchise. I mean, it has the benefit of being written retroactively in order to tie those things together, right? Like, they didn't write Silent Hill 4 until Silent Hill 3 was already mid-production. It wasn't an idea until that point. And then it was developed alongside Silent Hill 3. So they had the benefit of being able to look at things that were already being worked on for Silent Hill 3 and go back and look at the memos that were written about Walter Sullivan in Silent Hill 2 and then expand on those. But definitely good the way that they tried to reference the other games and make these little connecting elements. Silent Hill 3, you get the first time that you see Joseph Schreiber's article about the cult and the orphanage and the water prison, his expose on the Silent Hill cult. You find that in Brook Haven Hospital in Silent Hill 3, and then of course you find the exact same note, magazine, whatever, in Silent Hill 4. You find the orphanage note referencing Alessa. All that good stuff. Oh. That falls almost exactly on the mannequin. Not quite. Since I was clipping down here and like looking at this room beforehand. Is that mannequin there because you can visibly. Yeah, that's why that mannequin is there. So you can look down from this floor after the thing falls down and see the mannequin lying there. For anybody who missed the earlier parts of this playthrough, the mannequins are modeled after Salome Gunnersdottir, the actress who plays Mary and Maria. It's like her exact same facial features. So it is Mary, it is Maria. Cam hack of Silent Hill 1 remake is going to be so much fun. I mean, we're going to be playing Silent Hill F and cam hacking that game before Silent Hill 1 remake as well. Got a lot to look forward to. Silent Hill F is right around the corner. This track screams hopelessness. Yeah, this is a really great audio track. That droning, just going back between those tones. For you interpret this as hopelessness. I always interpreted this as just like mind fuck. Everything, reality has become so dissonant compared to where it's been up until this point. Even though we're at a point where James is kind of being the most honest with himself, the most aware of the truth. It's actually the exact score that drew me into the series a couple years ago. It captured my brain and it wouldn't let it go. Did you hear it in a TikTok? Did you hear it in a YouTube short? Because I swear, this is one of those tracks that people just copy and use, or clip and use for random creepy TikTok or YouTube short type stuff. Which, you know, whatever. If it gets people into hearing the music and interested in the series, like, I'm not going to shit on that, but this is one of those tracks that I just hear used all the time. No access. Authorized personnel only. I feel like this sign with all the smoke damage and everything on it is a reference to a real life thing. Hold on, let me tab out and find this. Because there's a burned... Because I remember seeing this image shared around the internet a lot. And of course now I can't find it. But it's like one of these signs, very similar to this one, that was damaged in like a wildfire or something. And just makes it look very creepy. And now I can't find it. One of those things that I probably have saved on an old hard drive. Because I used to see it everywhere. And people would Photoshop it and be like, warning, you are entering Silent Hill. Like, it's been memed into Silent Hill memes. But I think it was taken from like an actual photo of a sign that was damaged in, I want to say, a wildfire somewhere. Damaged bed and suitcases. Sure, don't have enough health drinks. Can never have too many health drinks. Burned paintings. I love the audio shift when you're standing on the boards there. A lot of that type of stuff just to kind of draw you towards those key places. where to go next. That like low rumbling in the background, the creaking wood when you stand on it. Even little bits of wood falling from up there. Please, clean up the room. There's no room rendered. And just the cart of random heavy stuff. The AC unit, the wrench. All the metal tools, hammers, extension cables, paint can, no bulbs. Yeah, Brodite, we looked outside multiple times. It's just a big old void. You can see kind of the outside silhouette of the hotel, but it's not rendered, and if you try to go too far in any direction, the lighting just kind of gives up. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. Which... let's pull this up. This is from the book of Nahum. Nahum. I'm not religious. I don't know. From the Bible. Nahum 3:19. There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. All that hear the report of thee shall clap their hands over thee. For upon whom hath not thy wickedness passed continually? The verse is a metaphor for severe and incurable damage that has been done to the city of Nineveh, which is being punished for its wickedness. Just as James is being punished for his. There is no healing. The wound is grievous. There's no coming back from what you've done, James. And in that same sense, there is no healing Mary. You see the cart kind of like slowly rolling around there. bit wider perspective than normal. Where it was rotating. Take a quick look around all this. Just checking the little area the cart was blocking. Still can't get it right. Another one of our strange photos. For the "You've Been Here 2 Decades" Easter egg. It's an inverted vision from the mirror. I like this photo. Out of all of them, it's the bathroom that you start in the observation at the very beginning of the game. Speaking of well-placed biblical references, Temporal Fry. You just said, love me a well-placed biblical reference if it fits what's going on. The original also had some biblical references, not as many. Bloober Team added a lot more, but the original biblical references were in that starting area bathroom from the book of Job. Thy fashioned and made me, and by thy hand have destroyed me, turn around and destroy me, or turn about and destroy me. There's a lot of variations of it, but that is painted on the wall in the bathroom, as well as lying here like a garment that is moth-eaten. So things that are referencing Mary, things that are referencing James killing Mary in the context, but you have that same Bible quote reversed from the perspective of the mirror in the starting area bathroom as this strange photo. And instead of the typical way of solving the strange photos, where you count a number of objects in the photo to decipher which letter corresponds to the overall message, normally there would be 3 scratches so that you would look at the third letter. And here they just hide the number 6 very, very faintly as part of the photo, so that you know that it's the 6th letter as part of the "You've Been Here 2 Decades" message. It's easy to overdo, but I haven't really seen anything too overbearing. No. I would say the worst one is in the prison, where it just has "reap what you sow" painted in big letters on the wall. That's probably the most egregious one. And I get it. I get what they're going for. It's a bit much. It's a bit unnecessary. It's a little too obvious. But the majority of their little Bible references and things like that throughout the game, it's hidden on car license plates, or that one optional room here that we just looked at. So for the most part, those little references and things are handled pretty well. Here's our tipped over cart. All of our tools fell out. Another old boy hammer. Old boy hammer. Did they make the performance better? Compared to what, Straight Demon? Compared to launch? Yes, there were patches months ago to improve performance. But there hasn't been anything recent, if that's what you mean. and I'm playing on PC, by the way. Obviously, from the cam hack, that should clue you in onto what version I'm playing, but stuff like PS5 Pro, Bloober, that's the last news about any kind of patch, was Bloober said they would be working on patches to help performance on PS5 Pro. That was like 2 months ago or something, and there still have not been any updates or patches since then. They said they were working on something, and it has yet to be released. They probably have their hands full with everything else going on. Chronos: The New Dawn, Silent Hill 1 Remake. So patches and stuff for this game are going to be like B-team back burner stuff at this point, unfortunately. Sadly didn't help you much, Ducky. Haven't been able to get past the hospital because the stutters are still so severe on PC. Because a lot of it is also, if you're on PC, it's going to come down to just what your setup is, what your computer is. Because I've managed to get the game to a very playable, stable, decent running setup on my PC, and I do not have a super high-end PC or anything. I've got a 3060 Ti. So if your computer's better than mine and still having issues running stutters and stuff, you might want to look into settings and reinstalling and stuff like that. Unreal Engine 5's a resource hog? Yeah. Yep. What do you think of the rumors about the Maria DLC? I'll believe it when I see it. I don't care about rumors. I care about official announcements. I care about actual information. Not people who quote-unquote leak things and are only right maybe 50% of the time at best. Because when you get popular for being a information leaker, and then you have a long dry spell of no new information to leak, a lot of times, in order to keep up your follower count and try to stay relevant, you just make shit up. That's the harsh truth about a lot of leakers. You make shit up to try to stay relevant in between times where you actually have information. So I don't give any thought to leaks and leakers and stuff like that. I'd say if there was going to be a DLC for this game, if they were going to do Born from a Wish or anything like that, it's not going to be until after October at the latest. I would imagine sequence of events here and actual information. So Silent Hill 2 Remake, when it first came out, there was this Sony exclusive agreement contract signed for the console exclusivity rights. Of course, it can release on PC and everything. That's usually separate. But in terms of releasing on console, they signed a 1-year exclusivity contract with Sony. But that's the real information. That 1 year is going to be up this October. So if there was going to be an announcement for Silent Hill 2 Remake on Xbox or other platforms, other consoles, Switch 2, I don't know, it's not going to be until after October when that contract ends. So if they were going to include major patches or updates or DLC, it would probably be bundled in with other platform releases. Which, yeah, not going to happen until after October at the absolute soonest, if at all. That's my speculation on that. But even that, I find kind of I doubt Bloober Team's going to necessarily put a lot of time and effort and resources into that at this point. As said, they've got their whole other project, Chronos the New Dawn, that they're working on and gearing up for the release of. We know that they're currently developing Silent Hill 1 Remake. So I think they're moving on to the next projects. Silent Hill 2 did its thing. It was super successful. It sold a bunch of copies. And Bloober Team's got bigger, more important things to focus on than Born from a Wish. Sorry, I'm just kind of sitting here yapping about other stuff and trying to make sure I don't overlook or miss anything interesting in the environments. Bit too late for the DLC to capitalize on the momentum now. Yep, I would agree on that. Unless, like I said, it was bundled in with a re-release on other platforms. If you're trying to get in a whole new audience to buy the game on Xbox or whatever, packaging it with, you know, it's also going to have this DLC, you know, type of thing would be the smarter way to go about it. But just, I don't know. I don't think it's in the cards. I could be wrong. Just making assumptions. Hey, haven't seen our creepy vintage photo couple in a little while. We've seen this photo in a lot of other places. Very reminiscent of PT. Reminds me a lot of the photos of the couple in PT. Same with the creepy children back here. All these vintage photos. Oh, and the open envelopes. Nice little reminder in the environment to check your own special envelope. So last time, the letter looks normal. You can open it up, you can read it at any point through the game up until you fight with Eddie. Once you kill Eddie, if you try to look at the letter, you can take out the parchment, you can take out the paper that the letter was written on, but the letter itself is blank. Now, after having watched the VHS tape, Mary's letter, there is nothing in the envelope. Now it is just an empty envelope. The paper is not just blank, it's gone. And that letter will change one more time. That's going to be after the Pyramid Head fight. And after that, the envelope will entirely be gone from our inventory, indicating that it was never real. It was all part of James's delusion. There is a real letter that Mary wrote. The real letter is in the town. Laura stole it from Nurse Rachel's locker and brought it to the town, which is why the town was able to manifest the fake one for James. Because by the time James arrived here, Laura was already here. The real letter was already here. But James did not come to the town because of a letter from his dead wife, the way he's convinced himself. That's part of the delusion. James came to the town to kill himself over the guilt of having killed Mary. He blocks it out. He has a severe mental break that puts him in a delusional state, enhanced by the town's power, making his delusions seem more real. Wasn't a letter. That's not what brought him here. Letter was never real. Not the one he had. Most of the clothes and stuff in here are gone. A couple of jackets still up in this corner. I like how all these areas are still, like, familiar compared to how they were earlier in the delusional state of the hotel, the Otherworld Hotel. Can't wait for Nub's attempt to tie together the Blooberverse. What does that even mean? I've played all the other Bloober Team games. I'm not revisiting them or tying together anything. You can watch me play all the other Bloober Team stuff on my YouTube channel. You're going to see me play Layers of Fear 2, Blair Witch. The only ones I don't have on YouTube are The Medium, which I started on stream, and then it was so bad I finished it off stream and didn't archive it. And Observer. Observation? I always mix up the no-code game and the Bloober game. One of them is called Observer, one of them is called Observation. The no-code game is good. The Bloober game was bad. And I just played that one off stream. I didn't archive that either. The mannequin wearing the glasses. The burned up mannequin wearing glasses. Weird detail there. You know how there's the joke theory about Bloodborne, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Sekiro, Elden Ring being under one universe, like the FromSoft universe? You can do that with Bloober Team. I'd rather not. I'll leave that to people who actually enjoy Bloober's other games. But I'd rather not revisit those games for the sake of that. I'll leave that to you Bloober fanboys. I like how you get the little peek at the mannequin here through the torn screen. All the variations on the charred mannequins. Wear red dress? No red dress. Got burnt up. Don't know what to tell you. Unless it's over here buried in rubble. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so this brings us back to the director's message. Okay, we clipped down here earlier and already looked at a lot of this. Surprised how many objects and details they have in these rooms that you can't even go into. elevator actually functions. Got to appreciate whenever games have elevators actually take you physically from floor to floor. Because a lot of video games, they will sort of cheat the way elevators work. You go into it, it doesn't go anywhere. They shake the camera around, they play sound effects. It makes it sound like it's moving and just sort of lock you into a little room for a bit while they load a different room, different area around you. This one actually does physically move you to the floor. It's doing the other thing as well. You can see, like, it's unloading the floors that you were on and loading in this new lower area. But it is actually moving you from floor to floor. This is gonna put us, yeah, right here next to the Venus Tears. We've already clipped down here and looked around. Not going to linger too much on the areas that we've already explored, but I still like checking to see if there's anything maybe hiding under the water. Anything like that. We looked around here just to see if there were any canned light bulbs now that this environment has changed. No new cans, no new light bulbs. Pump room is not rendered. Checking around everywhere, see if there's any last little details or Easter eggs here. I love how bright the light from Angela's hallway is now. Blood-stained clothes on a cart. Haha, get it? It's a fire exit. There's definitely going to be some fire. At least for Angela. Debatable whether or not James sees it. That's so messed up. I mean, that's definitely what they're going for, right? I'm not wrong in assuming that's the reference. We're about to see a stairwell engulfed in flames. James comments on the heat. Angela comments on the flames. We as the players see it. Angela sees it. You don't think he does, Hank? I would agree with you, if not for the fact that Masahiro Ito and Hiroyuki Owaku have said otherwise. They have said that James, like the player for that scene, is seeing what James sees. I've never interpreted that scene that way. I've always interpreted Angela is seeing the fire. We as the player, as an outside third person, are seeing the fire. And James is just perceiving the heat of it because of his reaction. But Ito and Owaku say otherwise. Which just does not make as much sense to me. But who am I to argue? Oh, cool. And the way they set this up. The way they set this up. So this is the basement stairs that leads up to the area where we were with all the mandarins and the Paimon puzzle. And instead of Angela's staircase being there, once we touch the door, it's just going to trigger a cutscene for the whole Angela stair thing to happen. Oh, there it is. It's in a separate environment way over there. It's in a totally separate environment all the way over here. So we touch the door and it's going to teleport us over here for that sequence. I'm so glad we could actually see it from out of bounds. Does it animate? Oh, it animates too. There's Angela's father and brother pinned up to the walls. Phase in to see if you can move inside. Pretty sure we can. Oh yeah. And run around Angela's staircase. Yeah, a little bit smaller figure. Angela's brother, a little bit bigger figure. Angela's father sort of looks like the abstract daddy, like split into. Let's put James up here in the flames. Oh, there's no collision. The particle effects. Might have to reload. We are now stuck in a void. These things happen. Yep. Luckily, we got a save right here. Let's go explore over there some more. I just like being able to see the asset itself, the environment, flames, everything for the stairs. Yeah. Collision only goes up to this point. There's the thumbnail. All right. So, let's activate the actual cutscene and zoom everything way out so we get a little bit different camera perspective for the scene itself.
Mama. Mama. 探してたのよ。もうママしかいない。やっと安心できるわ。ママ。どうしたの？違う。ママじゃない。そう。あなた。
すまないアンジェラ。君が正しかった。探している人はもういない。いないんだ。
さっきは助けてくれてありがとう。でも必要なかった。ママは知ってた。私はそういう人間。
いや、アンジェラ、それは違うよ。
いいの、やめて。そんな資格ない。それとも本当に助けてくれる？守ってくれる？支えて私を愛してくれるの？ほら、やっぱり。ジェームス、包丁返して。
いや、ダメだ。
あなたが使うの？ご自由に。何も変わらない。
ここはひどく暑い。
見えるの？私にはいつもそう。
Well, with the wide perspective there, we were able to see Angela kind of blip out of existence at the end of the scene. And yeah, coming back here afterwards, she's not, her model's not still here or anything. Blocked off from there, but it is still rendered. Don't know why, but the acting in the Japanese dub hits a bit harder. The Japanese dub's very good. I've done a few playthroughs now of both English and Japanese. And I gotta say, I really like them both. We're at the point now where enemies are passive. They don't actually actively attack you, and they will just die if observed, if left on their own. I thought this was a really cool addition to the remake. This little segment here, including the enemies, giving you the opportunity to attack them if you want. but you don't have to. Hey, it's the cold drinks vending machine. Foosball table. Everything all burned up. Burned note. 312 to be cleared out. No one's returning. That was James and Mary's room. I love seeing the zoom out where his arm is twisted all weird. Flips over notes. This was the little office with the Paimon puzzle. Ooh, like moaning noises of the mannequin. We get a bit closer to it, we'll die. The animation on this one bug out? I thought that one also just had a passive death animation. I think it bugged out. She's cowering. Like the mannequin is scared of James. I mean, that's kind of the implication of when it crawls over that way, like moaning and everything, but... See the way the flashlight keeps activating? when I've done previous playthroughs, I think it had a death animation just like the other creatures. That's just like not activating here. There's our final save point. Hold on. Off. Interactions. Get rid of that icon. So this whole time, you can see James is currently animated, right? Not? Did I do this wrong? Nope. Go. Are my controls not working? There it goes. Now James is animated. Now our save points are animated. We're all swirling. That's going to be my new desktop wallpaper. Oh. And James staring into it. Perspective from the save point. Now I've got a wallpaper for both my monitors. Oh yeah. And this detail. Final save point. Everything that's happened up to this point. That last interaction with Angela. And James can't even look directly at the save anymore. His eyes dart around and look off to the side. Look at his lips, look at his jaw. His chin is like clenching and unclenching, quivering almost. Great detail. Let's take a good look at James's character model at this point. Even in that red lighting, we're looking pretty rough. Sweat stains. Bags under the eyes. Dirt under the nails. Grime all over the clothes. One last light bulb for the road. Even if it's not in a can. Alright, let's pull this camera view out. Get some different camera views and perspectives on this scene.
James!
もうやめてくれ。何度も苦しめないでくれ。もう分かってる。お前が必要だったんだ。でももういらない。自分で決着をつける。終わりだ。
Insomniac does. Da! Da! Okay. So lots of stuff to look at here. Very faint seal of Metatron from Silent Hill 1. This was, according to Masahiro Ito, when talking about the original Silent Hill 2, this was a mistake. The symbol was not supposed to be there. But, for the sake of the remake, they intentionally kept it in and included it. Wait, really? It's a mistake? How? It was supposed to be a placeholder for some other symbol or some other texture that was just included in the final release of Silent Hill 2. That's according to Ito. But I guess it's become such an iconic part of this location now, they kept it here for the remake. So we got the Seal of Metatron. We got our Double Trouble Pyramid Heads. But I want to jump up here. I need to... save a screenshot, because that should fix my controls. There we go. Neener, neener, you can't get me. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Reality hinged on Pyramid Head being able to get to me. Well. Oh, James's flashlight. Why is there a spare flashlight just hanging out over here? And the floating save point. Well. Let's try that again. We're going to put James up here so that we can get a better look at Maria. Oh my god, it keeps unloading. James is banned from the Maria platform. It seriously. Seriously. Oh. Uh-oh. Now even trying to load the thing. Okay. Well, let's do this then. Yeah. She's smiling. Talk about a weird, creepy detail. Do her eyes follow him, or are they only staring off to the side? I mean, she's looking over that way, where none of the character models are. Which door is she looking towards? This one. Her right, our left. She doesn't animate. Any significance out of curiosity and overthinking? I don't think so. James also will not aim at her. Like if you try to put the cursor directly over her, he looks down and away. Oh, he's got the face bug. He's got the facial feature bug. This is a bug that can happen. We've seen it several times in the playthrough, where his face starts doing this loop of Twitch animation. The sneeze face bug. Oh, and there's the Silent Hill 3 Game Over sound. For some reason, the Silent Hill 3 Game Over sound plays right there. Ten out of 10 synchronized suicide. They were practicing this. But yeah, I completely forgot about the Silent Hill 3 Game Over noise playing at the very start of that cutscene. That last cutscene after you finish fighting them. And they got their eggs. Just appear. Blood-colored egg and rust-colored egg. Here, James. Let's take a picture with the boys. Oh, don't look at the egg. Look forward. And he's still doing the face bug. Say cheese. James, you sneezed and ruined the picture. Yeah, there's the bug. This is just a thing that happens. We've seen it several times. I think it's when he gets caught in between certain animations. And of course, there's a very particular fan in the community that does a lot of way over theorizing on the things that they find through data mining, who claims that that is not a bug, in their opinion, that it's an indicator of a particular mental disorder. Silent Hill fans, I love y'all, but really? It's clearly a broken animation. Yeah, that's a bit far. Yeah, and however, the fan in question who claims that continues gaining more and more followers and popularity and spreading their batshit crazy theories all the time. Whatever. Whatever, man. What do you think, Maria? And I'm so glad they kept this. This is just like a weird water-damaged door. This texture is from the original Silent Hill 2. But it looks like a face. Pareidolia in full effect. Even somebody asked Masahiro Ito about this on Twitter, and Ito was like, "I think you think too much." That was his reply. But, like I said, pareidolia in full effect. Our brains are just wired to look for patterns and figures and faces. But still, it's a texture that's very recognizable from the original Silent Hill 2. I'm glad they recreated it for the remake.
Nan no yo, James. Hana. Hana nanka iranai. いいからもう帰って。見てよこれ。ゾッとする。病気と薬のせいでまるで怪物みたい。何見てんの？もう早く出てってよ。ほっといてちょうだい。
役にも立たないし、どうせすぐ死ぬんだから。殺してくれた方が楽なのに。でも医者にとって私は金づるだから。なんでまだいるの？帰れって言ったでしょ。聞こえないの？二度と来ないで。ジェームス、待って、お願い。行かないで。一人にしないで。出てけなんて嘘よ。お願い、大丈夫だって言って。死なないよって言って。助けて。
So this actually is like a long looping hallway. You can actually see that stutter at the end, where it loads everything back in. But then the entire hallway after that stutter is rendered in. Shape forces the mind. The all red final strange photo. Yeah, red text. Just a all red image in a square Polaroid, very reminiscent of the save points and everything. The red shape that we've been seeing, forcing James's mind, forcing us to accept reality, break the delusion. Hey, we can just bring the camera all the way up here. Mary's playing an invisible piano. Ah. Oleander. Proof Mary is full of monsters. Let's see, at what point does she move into her... Oh, now she's in her window position. She knew. I like how the model starts over there. And then snaps over here at some point. He has 2 wedding bands. She has the gold wedding ring, but then she's also got this like copper looking one with the yellow and red stones. Double married. Engagement and then wedding band, possibly. The Mary ring and the Maria ring. Nice nails. She's got the earrings as well. She has multiple piercings. She's only wearing one set of earrings, but there's multiple ear pierce marks. That might just be scanned in as part of the actress. That might just be Salome, who has multiple ear piercings. The mole, the freckle. Because we don't get too many opportunities to look at Mary's model. I'm just kind of taking in all the details here. She's got them freckles. Hey, what's up, Taishi? Hope you're doing well. Look at the veins in her feet. And in the legs, got the varicose veins. Yeah, she's got rocks in her shoes. She has a blister on her heel, too, from the shoes. Yeah, she does. Again, these are probably just scans of the actress. There's so much detail. That's probably just something that was on Salome, and they kept it in. Adds a ton of detail. A lot to the character. Stuff that you would never notice otherwise, outside of a cam hack like this. Alright, so now we just teleport James over here. Oh god. Oh god, that broke everything. Oh, okay. That works. That's fine. Oh, he zoomed into place, and she's floating. I love this perspective.
James. ねえ、どうしたの？
すまない。分かってるんだ。
ジェームス、お願い。
妻は死んだ。思い出したよ。
やめて。
これ以上嘘は続けられない。
やめて。何が望み？いてあげられるのよ。一緒に。私はあなたのためにここにいるのに。メアリーはもう何もできないわ。私ならできるのよ。してほしいことはない？どうしてほしい？
ごめん。本当に悪い。マリア、頼む。許してくれ。それでもダメだ。こんなこと。もうやめにしないと。
ダメ。こんなことしたくなかった。絶対許せないわ。絶対。
The text change, the character model change as well. When Mary switches to Maria, there's 3 different model changes that happen there. There's a very subtle model change from Mary to Maria when the subtitle changes to Maria. And then there's another model change when she's standing at the window and looks away and then looks back and her eyes are a different color. So they actually swap in different models there. The only reason, by the way, shout outs to UFO Techie. I never realized it until UFO Techie pointed it out on one of his playthroughs, because he had a visual mod for Maria that gave her like goth girl makeup, and you can see the Mary model shift into the Maria model very clearly when it's modded, and you see the makeup change like instantly. So one of those really cool details that thanks to Techie, I was trying to keep my eye out for. She ain't smiling now. The drip, though. Oh, forming out of the moths, out of the butterflies. Have like the broken pieces of the cage, very similar to Flesh Lips. And she like pulls her hands in close. I love seeing the tendril, the tentacle. Curled up like a scorpion stinger. Oh. That's what's below. What happens if I'm up in the rafters? Getting big angry. James is doing the bugged out face. I love her little grabby hands animation. Can you auto-win the fight without weapons? I don't know. I don't think so. Because this fight is like multi-phased. So I'm pretty sure we need to damage her enough to get her to the next phase. Rooftop sniper. She dodges. That's kind of funny that that works. Why do we keep getting the bugged out face? I swear, I think it's like the heal animation while also getting attacked or something like that. Like overlapping animations just bugs out his facial animation. He gets the sneezes. So the arena for the next part of this fight is already up here. She actually is crawling around. Got the shotgun shell getting ejected. Oh, look at the little gears and clamps. Where the legs are attached. Cool detail. It's so damn cool, even if it reminds me of the final boss from Homecoming, the giant, pregnant robot spider boss. It's still pretty cool. Adjustable bed frame, yeah, it seems kind of like an adjustable bed frame hospital bed. But just kind of a cool mechanical component to the design. I like it. There's an expression. James is just over here being a silly little guy. That is not how you should hold that chainsaw, buddy.
James. James.
A little flashlight flicker.
James.
I like how the legs of the frame are still all moving. Like a dying bug, dying spider.
James. 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 James.
That's her English voice? No, that's still the Japanese voice actress.
James.
Yeah, for sure.
James.
James.
James. James. James.
Is her hand coming off? I mean, we did mangle her with a chainsaw.
James. James. James.
That doesn't really look intentional.
James.
It kind of looks like the model is not
James.
made to like bend that way. They sort of got it as close as they could. But I mean, it still is creepy looking.
James.
I don't know, this one's all messed up looking too.
James. 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 James.
Well, let's see what ending we get.
Mary.
あら、あなた。
すまない。
いいのよ。言ったでしょ。楽にしてほしいって。
ああ。そうだ。でもそれが違うんだ。本当は憎かったから。君が邪魔だったんだ。いなくなればいいと。
もしそうならどうして悲しそうなの？
メアリー。
大丈夫よ、ジェームス。はい。
これは？
あなたが探してたものよ。曖昧な眠りの中で夢見るのはあの街、サイレントヒル。いつかまた二人で行こうと約束しておきながら、私のせいで叶わなかった。私は一人でそこにいる。あの思い出の場所で、いつかあなたが来てくれるのを待っている。だけどあなたは来てくれない。でも待つわ。寂しさと悲しみに浸りながら いつまでも。それがあなたを傷つけたことへの罰。だけど現実は変わらない。
What's with the box in the middle? Tinkerbell, the same thing happened when we pulled out the camera for the UFO ending. So for all of these little shots, instead of just rendering them full, the camera should normally be zoomed in all the way on that box in the middle, so that would be taking up the whole screen, and then they just make all that go away for the last shot of James and Laura walking through the graveyard. But because I pulled the camera perspective out before starting the cutscene, we get to see this. We get to see how they make that work in the scene construction.
でも気になるのはあなた。私が家に帰ることを喜んでくれるのだろうか。会いに来るたびにあなたは辛い顔をしている。私が嫌いなのだろうか。憎いのだろうか。私が疎ましいのだろうか。それも仕方ない。自分に未来がないと知って死にたくないとあがいた。なぜ死ななくてはいけないのか、焦りのままに周囲を傷つけた。あなたのことも。だから私のことが憎いと思う。でもここに書き留めておきたい。私はあなたを愛していた。こんな私のそばに何年もいてくれて本当に嬉しかった。ただ思いつくままに手紙にしたら取り留めがなくなってしまった。私が死んだら渡すように頼んであるの。だからあなたが読んでいる時には私はいない。でもいいの。もう怖くないから。痛みが早く消えてほしい。病気じゃない私の姿を覚えていてほしいの。あなたは前に進んで。あなたはあなたの生きたいように生きてほしい。自分をいたわって。
Angela's there.
ジェームス、私は幸せでした。
Angela's off camera. If you have the default camera, she's over there on the left. But pulling the camera angle back, she's just there. Angela lives canon. She made it out. Crazy. All right. As much as I like this rendition of the song, we're skipping the credits. And we're loading up a game. That's not all. It's not over yet. We're going to load this one right here. This will make it all right for a special time, a special place. So where do you use this? Is it before the tape? To remake. Drink it inside 312. Okay, yeah. Just need to drink it in the room. So we should be able to just teleport up and do that. We'll run up there. That's fine. We'll run up there. Hey, Caro! Caro, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. We're finishing up a Silent Hill 2 cam hack playthrough that's been going on for 30 parts. Basically the last month and a half. It's before the tape. It's before the tape, for sure. Because the ending itself has to do with the tape. But if you or anybody else does not want to have Silent Hill 2 spoiled for you, thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming by. Drop me a follow if you like Silent Hill. That's basically all I do on this channel. But major Silent Hill spoilers. It's big spoiler warning for everybody who just showed up. So if you still plan on playing Silent Hill 2, which I absolutely recommend, it's a wonderful, wonderful game. The original and the remake are both masterpieces. They're very, very good. And you haven't played them, yeah, you have my permission. Dip out. Don't watch this, because we're at the very end watching multiple endings at this point. Okay, key items. White Claudia. Screenshot taken. Glug, glug, glug. Okay. Let's zoom the camera out. It's already kind of out. There we go. Actually, this one is probably just going to be a zoomed out look at the TV. Very similar to the videotape scene. We'll let it play. We'll see what happens.
何もないけどいいところよね。落ち着ける。これ知ってる？この辺りは神聖な場所だったんだって。わかる気がする。もっと痛かったな。だからいつかまた来よう。
そうだな。
早く片付けないと。ジェームス、ちょっとどうしたの？
いや、なんでも。大丈夫だ。
And there is the bliss ending. What would it be like if they were just happy? But also, he just completely gives in to the delusion to the point of just becoming a part of it. He ceases to exist and lives in the videotape with Mary. So this is a bad ending? I mean, it's up to you how you want to interpret it. We get a nice little glimpse of them kind of being happy together, so it's kind of nice. That's kind of nice. But when you really think about it, you know, he gives in to the delusion and lives happily with his ghost wife in the VCR. So probably not. All right. Shadow Noises asked, Nub, have you played through all the endings before tonight? No, I haven't. That was my first time. Well, I've seen all the endings, but that's my first time like getting the bliss ending on my own actual playthrough. That's one of the new New Game Plus endings that Bloober Team added for the remake. It's not in the original, by the way. They added 2 new endings, and that's one of them. And we still have another one. We're not going to be able to get the stillness ending yet. We'll have to save that for a playthrough in the future. But we do have one more ending that I can show. We just need to go over here into the Lost and Found and pick up this book. So that gives us the Lost Memories book, the Obsidian Goblet, the White Chrism, and the Crimson Ceremony. Now we need to beat the game. Stillness ending is such a rough one. Yeah, like I said, I've seen all the endings at this point, but I still need to actually get that one for my own records. We'll do that on a future playthrough, though. Also, sorry, we've already watched all these cutscenes multiple times at this point, so we're going to be skipping. Well, it forces you to watch this little part. I hate that the note progression for the way they start the music here is the same as Sweet Dreams Are Made of These, just slowed down, because my brain just cannot unhear it. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world in the 7 seas. Sorry. Curse of being a musician and pick up on shit like that. Like, I know that note progression. So the Marilyn Manson cover? I mean, it's the same note progression either way. The Marilyn Manson one's a little bit closer in tempo. Manson's cover of that song gave you a sore throat just from listening. I forgot I have prompts turned off. I don't know why I'm not just doing this. Boink. Sorry, Angela. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You make it out into the graveyard. Oh, they like don't even react if you attack them. I never actually tried. I always just sort of sit and observe them. Let's see if this one does the death animation this time. I'm almost certain it's supposed to. And it just didn't do it last time. No, it's doing the same thing as before. And this one you can attack and then it'll die. Okay, that's weird. That Silent Hill 3 game over noise. Always so distracting. At least to me. When you're used to hearing that sound a lot, and then it just suddenly plays in Silent Hill 2 Remake. A little weird. Zoom. Don't worry, Mary. On my way. Squish. Zoom. There she is. Aw, man, we didn't get that animation last time. I should have got a close-up on it. Do it again. Do it again. All right. Final ending of the playthrough.
James.
Enjoy the rebirth ending. And thank you everybody so much
James.
who's been with me watching this from the very beginning. We've cam hacked our way all the way through Silent Hill 2 Remake. It's been a really wonderful journey.
James.
I can't tell you all enough how much I appreciate you being here with me for it.
メアリー、安らかな眠りから覚ますのを許してほしい。君がいないと寂しくてたまらないんだ。この街はサイレントヒル。古くから伝わる神を崇めている。非現実的な力を彼らは持っていた。それは死をも否定する力。メアリー、
Repoison. Thank you so much. Get gift subbed. Magic Hoof, Corrosion, Foxcall, Gustavo Mantis, and Frost Wolf 531. Enjoy those subs. Get gift subbed, get stick bugged, courtesy of Repoison. Thank you so very, very much. Avatar 5D with the 100 months. 100 months. Game saved. Classic. Classic. Thank you so much. 100 months of love and support. What a streak. Thank you so much, Avatar. Thank you so much, Repoison. And thank you, everybody, just for coming by, hanging out, watching, enjoying the streams. All the new follows, everybody who's joined us because of this playthrough or because of anything else. And everybody who's been here for the last 10 years while I've been doing this on Twitch. Invader Tori. Invader Tori, thank you so much for the 500 bits. Longtime lurker, big hugs, friends. Thank you, thank you. Very, very much appreciate the love and support. Shoutouts to the lurkers, the chatters, the subs, the Discord homies, everybody who's been here since the beginning, everybody who's brand new here and just came along with a random raid and has no idea what's going on. This has been a lot of fun. I love me a good cam hack playthrough. I've done a few of these for the classic games, but this one was very special to go through because I'm just learning so much about this game still since it came out. So much detail. Bloober Team did an amazing job with the environments and the character models and the details. A lot of really great little Easter eggs and out of bounds hidden things. Really cool seeing the way that a lot of the environments were structured when you view them out of bounds. I'm always curious about that sort of stuff, just from a game development standpoint, how areas are arranged when they, you know, interconnect with other things and cutscenes, and how they have to kind of cheat camera angles and stuff to make certain cutscenes and things work. Being able to just kind of see all of that and experience all of that and poke around and look at every last little bit of garbage in the streets and finding a lot of really cool details and stuff along the way. It's been so much fun. And again, I cannot tell you all enough how much I appreciate you just being here while I nerd out over Silent Hill for the last month and a half, doing this cam hack playthrough. It's been really good. Really good. On top of like all the health issues that I've been having, getting back to streaming regularly and doing something like this, and just kind of watching all the regulars come back in day after day as we got back to it, felt really good again. Alessa, thank you so much just for being here, being along with me for all this. And we'll do a lot more like this in the future. I'm not done. I'm not done with Silent Hill 2 Remake. Now it's time to learn how to speedrun it. That's going to be my next big goal with Silent Hill 2 Remake, are speedruns. I'm going to try and get down some decent personal times for a few different categories. And add that game knowledge, because speedrunning is a whole nother type of game knowledge compared to just playing casually and looking at everything in detail. And I want to have that game knowledge for future story playthroughs. And then once I've got speedruns kind of under my belt, then it's going to be the in-depth story playthrough, the proper in-depth story playthrough of this game at some point. So that'll be something to look forward to. Taking all of the information that I've learned from all of my playthroughs and all of the research that I've done and everything I've learned from the cam hack, everything, and doing one nice big in-depth playthrough where I break all of that stuff down, talk about all of the information, interpretations, theories, everything that I can possibly cover. So that'll be like the next couple big Silent Hill 2 remake things to get through. And then we're only at the beginning of July. We're 2.5 months away from a whole new Silent Hill game. Silent Hill F is going to be out before we even know it. It's gonna creep up. Those 2 months are gonna fly by. And then we're gonna be jumping into Silent Hill F. First playthrough, first impressions, follow-up playthroughs, New Game Plus playthroughs, challenge runs, speed runs, cam hacks. And then we've got the Silent Hill 1 remake to look forward to. Silent Hill Townfall, if that still winds up coming out. We're going to be talking about Return to Silent Hill after I watch that in January. Silent Hill is back, baby. And I'm looking forward to it. I like having my plate full. But thank you all again so very, very much for being here today. This has been the longest stream that I've done in quite a while. A little over 9 hours. But like I said, feels good to be back. Back on Twitch. Back to mainlining Silent Hill directly into my veins. And, yeah. Let's do it again some more tomorrow. So, till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace.